And All right. Hello, everyone.
We're back.
Welcome back to the second day of LiveCTF here at DEF CON 32 in Las Vegas. I'm Carl, or Ceta2.
Mark.
All right.
Logic.
Yeah, and we are. We had a little bit of delay, a little bit of technical issues. We will be starting our match really soon. I think we have all the players in place right now. So, all the players, are you ready? We are now starting in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go. Good luck. All right, and yeah.
Little bit of a hiccup this morning. There's a lot of stuff going on, but I'm excited to see the challengers get to work here.
Yeah, and this what we have here this morning is a PWN challenge, binary exploitation.
That's right.
And written by you.
Indeed, yep.
So exciting to see it. We are here streaming today. We have Mhackeroni versus SuperDiceCode are the two teams that we are looking at. And if we take a look at Mhackeroni's screen, I think. No, sorry. Okay, that's SuperDiceCode. Sorry, we just changed the setup a little bit from yesterday, and I'm just getting, you know.
Luckily, both competitors are using exactly the same dark theme on Ida.
Right. So disregard that. Yes. So we have SuperDiceCode with, yeah, as you said, Ida starting the initial reversing of the challenge, and yeah.
That's exactly right. So what you can see in the main that they're flipping back and forth, it's a classic sort of menu setup, but this one's got a little bit of a twist because a menu sort of challenge, you typically have the ability to exercise one piece of functionality at a time. This one's a little different. It allows competitors to send multiple commands so that each of these menu options can be exercised a couple in a row, and that's an important distinction here because what it's going to allow is for the same multiple functions to be called in a row without intervening functions like printf or stuff like that, which is important because at the heart of it, this is all about uninitialized memory use, and that stack data is going to be key.
Yeah, that's going to be really interesting. I think it's a really cool concept, and it's kind of like a bug type that I don't think we had it that much in previous LiveCTF situations, right? So, yeah, that's pretty interesting. And we see already SuperDiceCode, they were already writing a little bit of their exploit there. But we can switch over just to Mhackeroni's side as well and take a look. And yeah, as we mentioned, also Ida, dark mode, doing this some initial kind of reverse engineering and decompilation of this thing to like find their way around the binary.
Yeah, and as you said, this is a little bit of an uncommon bug class. So there's debug symbols in this binary. We're trying to make it not about a reversing challenge, but if you're looking at this, there's a couple of things that you might be thinking of, and I'm gonna think that uninitialized memory use is not the first one that's going to come to mind. I think they're going to look for other problems first.
Yep, they are now starting the binary and running it, just trying things out and trying to exercise the functionality, just doing some kind of manual, let's say, dynamic analysis of it, just playing around. Also, we can see there was the protections we saw in the left screen. I unfortunately didn't see. We had like what is it, like no stack canaries, or no? So we have
right. So this one, it's position independent code is on, so they're going to need a leak. It's pwnable. And it's partial rel row and no stack canary, and so that's really going to be important. The partial rel row is another thing that you don't always see. Certainly, with full rel row, it makes the problem harder. Yeah,
I actually saw a thing there from the checksec output. There are some dangerous functions system. I wonder, is that from?
I think that there's a win function here that's probably.
Oh, they have this like, they ran this tool. They call it SPWN. And it looks like it's running a couple of different commands that they're.
Oh, interesting. So this is on the Mhackeroni side, or
on the Mhackeroni side, yeah, exactly. Oh, sorry, yeah, we need to switch over to. Oh, okay. So I was right initially. Sorry, we've had some incorrect labeling of things here, so we might have been showing the wrong screen. Sorry about that. Still, sorry. It's the first match of the day. We had some technical hiccups. We're also running on like a kind of smaller crew than we usually do, and yeah, we're gonna. But what we're talking about, it looked like Mhackeroni had. So we have the checksec tool, which is a very popular thing that checks for these memory protection things, like you said,
Right.
stack canaries, position independent. It looked like they had this thing, like a tool to run a couple of different analysis things, because I saw this, like, yeah, it pointed out that system is being imported, which could be relevant, for example. Although in this case we do have a win function, so they don't.
Well, but that is a good thing. I think that that's a fantastic idea to just have a checker to look for common things, because the worst thing is to miss something that's really helpful, like a win function, and think you have to do know, one gadget or retlibc instead.
Yeah, and I mean, if it points out to you that, okay, system is used, and you would go to the code and do like a cross-reference on system, you would immediately see the win function, even if you had missed it beforehand. So it's like very good thing to do. And yeah, if we take another look at SuperDiceCode, they are kind of going through this menu function. Now they're looking in the make new block function.
Yeah. So this is set up. It's like a menu setup. It may look like a heap challenge at first. Heap corruption memory with menus, pretty classic setup, but it's not. And so hopefully we will see here in a minute. This is kind of a hard bug to see. You test played this, though, right?
I play tested this, and the funny thing was that it was kind of comical, because I found the bug, but I just thought that I wasn't sure. I asked you basically, like, is this intended, or like is this like an unintentional bug? So I was like, because it was, I don't know, so uncommon, or like I wasn't really used to. I just like didn't assume that it was like the actual intended bug. So that was kind of funny. I think it's also interesting because the way the bug manifests, it's basically like kind of combining two ways of like passing variables and results in C. Like it's you have you have your return value from your function, and then you can have like return, what do you call it, like return parameters basically.
Right.
And it's kind of mixing these in like an inconsistent way.
Yeah. So yeah, and that's one of the things that I was trying to get at with this challenge, is that there's a couple of patterns in play here. One of the patterns is that as Carl said, there's different there's different ways to sort of get input and output, and this is a common thing. If you've got more than one way of doing the same thing, chances are that they can diverge more easily. And that's what I was trying to show with this is, that's a design pattern that as a bug finder you're looking for. Like, why do they have two ways to do basically the same thing? And in this problem, one of the things that gets mixed up is checking the return value versus what the value was in the parameter. So yeah, I hope to see that they get to this, that they identify this problem rather quickly. But
yes, and we could see here on Mhackeroni's screen. Sorry, I'm still waking up. They had in GDB. We'll see if they switch back to it again. But they just they were looking at like heap. They had some heap analysis stuff in their debugger, right? So. They might definitely be thinking along those lines of like this like a heap related thing, and that's I hope they don't go like too far down that route.
If we look at SuperDiceCode, we can see that they're playing with sort of the input, because they've definitely figured out that, hey, this invoking multiple commands is different. It's right there on the screen, but how do you write something that exercises that? It's different than the standard menu challenge. So they just have to see that. Yeah. It's kind of weird because you can send what the 4 commands are, and then you kind of have to send the responses for each of those commands in turn. Yeah.
And we saw it just like went past outside of the scope, but you saw that they had like tried to create a block, I think, with a massive size, which was not valid. And that, I think, is the triggering part. Is that, or is it which part is it that errors? Is it the size thing?
So So one of the things that one of the primitives is that there is one function that you just use that function, and it allows you to set a variable. So you're going to be able to write a specific location in stack memory, and then bail out of that function.
Yep.
And so really, you're not trying to get that function to do something. You're using it to set a value, and then you use that value in another function that makes a mistake of uninitialized memory. So you basically get to set a value and then use it in another function.
Right. And I would imagine that at least I think the way I would approach it is like you first find the second part of this. Like you find that like uninitialized memory is being used.
Yep.
Like in one way, and then you kind of work your way backwards and try to see, okay, is there any way I can control the value of that uninitialized value? I think that's and then you need to find basically some other function where like the stack frame layout happens to line up correctly in a way where you can actually control the data. And I mean, of course, luckily for the players, in this case, there is such a function, right? So.
Yeah. So this is definitely a tricky one. I'm interested to see how if it's going to be the hint that really gets them on the right track, or if somebody starts to discover that bug initially.
Yeah. And speaking of, we're 10 minutes into the solving now, so there's another 10 minutes before the first hint drops. We can move over to Mhackeroni and look at what they are doing. So we see also quite some progress here with the exploit code. You can see they have this like nice template with the like all small like shortened versions of various interaction commands. All these like RU, RL, RC. This reminds me of before I got into security and CTFs, I used to do like competitive programming, and I was decent, but the really hardcore players, they would have all of these like defined macros for like even like a for loop. They would have like a preprocessor macro to just like quickly write a for loop to iterate from like 0 to n or something like this, and so this reminds me of this.
So on the SuperDiceCode side, I see them starting to mark up their IDA with some comments. I saw them say like make fake block here. I see them getting that structure view. They know what they're looking at, and I think that they're on the right track. Like I said, there's a little bit of you got to know how to exercise this. You have to figure out what the bug class is, but the vulnerability is the same for both the leak and the overwrite, excuse me. But so I think that once they figure that out, then it's just downhill from there.
So the idea is that you set up this uninitialized value with, let's say, the address that we want to leak, right? And then we make the program read from that location.
Right. So yeah. So there's one function that allows you to set an index variable, and that index variable is in the exact same location across multiple functions.
Yep.
And that's where having the multiple menu commands without any functions in between is critical. And so you use one to set that index, and then another function, you can provide an index that's invalid, but the function doesn't properly bail out, and then it will use that previously set index. And so in that case, what it's going to do is use that index to reference outside of the array, and then that's your leak primitive. So you can read stack data at a given offset. Based on the structure. So the structure is a fixed size, and you can leak a whole struct at a time.
Right. And actually, if we switch over to Mhackeroni, we can see here in their exploit code on the left, this part of the payload, it said like dead beef and stuff. So these blocks that we're creating in this, they need to have this structure with this header and footer to be properly to be used by the program. And this is the structure that we are seeing. And then I think those two values in the middle are will be used as pointers, or one is a size and a pointer, or it's something.
Right. So the struct has a plausible sort of shape here, where there's a header, and there's a footer, and there's a pointer, and a size. And so the reality is that the two parts that they're going to use for their exploit, the leak and the overwrite, the leak, you're basically going to be able to leak all four of those. And so they're not really used in that sense. And then for the overwrite, the bug around that is that you can set up a fake structure, and in the function actually just checks that the header and footer are correct, And so that's where you can end up with a fake struct that you've crafted that passes that check of the header and footer, but then you control the rest of it.
Yeah, I feel like this has like parallels to some aspects of like heap exploitation stuff, but now it's all kind of happening in a different context. Like these kind of things where you craft like a fake object so that it can pass through some logic and so on. It's like a classic thing, right?
So there's some classic patterns in play, but really the only heap stuff that is being used is to allocate a variable sized buffer.
Yep.
And that's where the size and the pointer come into play. That there's really not much you can do.
Yeah.
Or at least we don't think so.
Oh yeah, I mean we had
one unintended solve.
We had one intended. I had some unintended bugs in my challenge, but they didn't actually lead anywhere. And then we had another challenge with an unintended bug that actually allowed you to solve the challenge.
I mean, but it was a Pwn challenge, right?
Yeah.
So all roads to Pwn.
Yeah, yeah. When you you can't. I think there was. A great person said like you can't argue with the root shell. It's the I think it's a line that I like, right? And over on the SuperDiceCode here, we do see that they are still going through and looking at these various menu option functions here. They're looking specifically now at the print block content.
And so, and they just zoomed in on that get index function. And that's a critical piece of that, because once they realize that there's multiple functions that sort of read a number, that's really the key, is that understanding that it's not done consistently and the checks aren't the same everywhere. And so that is a subtle thing to spot. But as a test player, you told me is this you did this wrong.
Yeah. Yeah, I think it was just so funny because it was like used the same function, that it was just used inconsistently. And
that's right.
My first thought, and maybe this is a way this type of bug could occur in the first place. Like I thought that maybe you at some point switched the structure or the paradigm throughout development, but you forgot to change it in one place. And that's kind of like a plausible thing how such a bug
how
could
these
be.
bugs arise.
Yeah.
Really.
Yeah.
No, it's true. And as challenge authors, we're not immune to those sorts of problems. And I just saw I'm waiting for another player to pull it back up, but they were looking at the function that shows that check against the header and the footer. So I feel like SuperDiceCode, they're taking the road of doing a fair bit of reversing, and I think it's going to pay off for them in the long runs. Yeah,
and then if we move over then to mhackeroni on the other side, we've seen a little bit more work on some exploit code, but now I haven't seen a lot of progress quite yet. They're still kind of playing around with this, the size of the structure and so on. But they did have the command set up. I saw they went for 5541. I think was the sequence of initial commands they were going for. I don't remember off the top of my head what sequence that is, or if that's meaningful. But yeah, they're still kind of playing around, creating some interaction with the program.
Yeah, I don't have the menu up in front of me, but that's the sort of thing. I think if I recall, the delete block is the one that allows you to specify an index, and then it'll say, hey, this block is invalid. It can't be deleted. And
right.
That's where that index gets set.
Yeah, and we do now see some debugging going on here, trying to get a feel for what parts they are looking at. Imagine if we had a way to issue debug commands and view get more context and stuff like this, right? Unfortunately we don't, so we have to try to deduce this from the contents of the player's screen. But they are they're trying some stuff here, and now they are going to send a big chunk of ace for, I think the 5 was the change name. So here we have it on the other screen. We have change name on 5, edit block on 4, and delete block on 1. So the 5541, that could be something in the right direction then. But you need to do something more afterwards.
Right. Yeah, I think that they're if nothing else, getting to use these different functions, understanding the menu commands, this is going to pay off, so that when they get the first hint and understand the bug class, it'll be faster to solve. I mean, you have to do this anyways. I'm not sure if I saw, you do have to structure providing your input in a little bit different pattern than usual, which I mentioned. So I'm curious to see. Doesn't look like SuperDiceCode's input is set up. I think that they're using a fairly standard menu interaction.
If we look at this one here, they're creating these abstraction functions, and you can see that they're just like, it looks like they're basically ignoring the fact that you can send multiple commands. And you see that they send like one, in each of their like abstraction functions, they send one valid command and then just 3 invalid commands afterwards. So they kind of just like throw away the ability to run multiple commands in a sequence, which is not going to be a good thing then, because they need to use this to be able to exercise the bug. And we should have a hint releasing in 5 seconds.
Yep, mhackeroni is ready for that hint.
They are ready. And then the hint is look for uninitialized data on the stack. And you want to make sure we have our producer go and remind the players that we have released a hint. So we have we are on that right now. And yeah, so with that hint, they're hunting for uninitialized data, hopefully. I actually saw that if we go over to mhackeroni's screen, the person who actually looked at the hint before, I actually saw them kind of looked like they were kind of searching around in the code for stuff that could be something like this. I wonder, is there something like, I don't know, like Valgrind, or like would there be like an automated way to do this? Because like I guess it's not obvious how you would automatically tell.
I don't know if Valgrind can do that. That sounds like something I think Valgrind could do.
Right.
Certainly an uninitialized data read should be pretty detectable with a dynamic
because you
binary
could like
Valgrind.
Maybe you could just like, you know, set up your stack frame with some like canary, like you would fill the stack frame with some canary values and then something like this.
Right.
It's feels like it should be possible.
Definitely, you could definitely write DBI to do this. If you have the benefit of compiling your code, which these competitors don't, you could use UBSAN, undefined behavior sanitizer, catches exactly this bug.
Right.
And also, if you're writing this kind of bug, depending on the compiler you're using and what warnings are enabled, I definitely had to turn off some compiler warnings. I was like, I know what I'm doing.
Yeah. So it's I mean, it's really cool how the tools like the compilers and stuff are getting pretty good with some of these warnings and like the kind of static analysis that the compilers are doing while compiling the code.
And that's really, in the long run, in my opinion, that's how a lot of these bugs are starting to die. Well, have been dying out for a long time. Is when you add a warning to the compiler that tells the programmer, "Hey, you shouldn't be doing this. This is wrong." Yeah, that's a step in the right direction.
Yeah, and then for some types you can even go further and like find, let's switch over here. Let me hold that thought and look a little bit more at mhackeroni here. They
working on their solve script.
Yes, and they are not going the route of like creating these abstraction function. They're just kind of like doing it all in one go, which like I'm normally a big fan of like writing these kind of nice like abstracted functions for the whole interaction and so on. But like in this particular challenge, it might hurt you more than it helps you.
Right. I actually I thought about this. When I was writing my solve script, I was thinking like, oh, is there a nice way to do this? And ultimately, I just said, not really. The way that I broke this down was you got one series of commands that you're going to run that are your leak and one that's your overwrite, and beyond that you don't really get a whole lot of benefit for a nice abstraction for these functions.
Right. I think what I did was actually I did write the like abstracted functions, but I didn't include like the menu selection in the abstraction. So like I would do basically like first send command 1 2 3 4, and then I would have handle command 1, handle command 2, and so on.
And ultimately, this is a hacking competition. When we're writing the solve scripts, we can think about what would be concise and elegant. But these players are just trying to get the job done.
Right.
I see the make the fake block here. I believe that is that comment is dead on. So I'm glad that they found that part. That's
Yep. Oh yeah, they say player, so player name, because that's how you set it up, right?
That allows you to write a whole bunch of data to the stack.
Right.
That then will get reused in an uninitialized
Yeah,
data.
and you can see there's a commented out variable there, f block, like a fake block, which had like the header, and there were kind of two placeholders that were just 0 right now, and then there was a footer. So they had that structure documented as well. So that's some nice progress that we see. So yeah.
The next step that I want to see from this player is I want to see them get real suspicious about the function that reads the index that specifies which block, because that's the step that's going to really unlock the rest of the progress here for them.
Yep. And they are now creating, let's see, they're changing the name, and yeah, again, they're putting some just dead beef and then like a hex 2000. And yeah, so trying this out in the debugger. Unfortunately, they had a some small error in their. Oh yeah, okay. So they accidentally put a comma instead of a plus sign, but now that seemed to work, and they're trying to check this in the debugger.
I'll make a quick note here, is that one of the things that I think this competition in particular is fantastic about is it allows you to contrast some of the strategies that different players use, and I remember from last year, I broke down one player's sort of workflow, and I was super impressed at how little extra typing they had to do. So an example with SuperDiceCode is they're attaching to a running process with GDB, and so they have the advantage of it allows them to keep a sort of keep one GDB session up, but then they have to attach to each instance of the process. Whereas a lot of players will use like PwnTools or something to, when they run their solve script, it'll start a process under GDB. And so it's just interesting to contrast the different workflows. Yeah,
it was really cool. You wrote like a blog post last year, right? And definitely you should check that out. It was really cool. And also another one from the qualifiers this year for your challenge that we did there with the. So it's really cool to see. This is like something we can, this whole event, it allows us to like, at least a little bit kind of get into the head of the players and see the process and see what's going on. Contrast different strategies and so on. And
that's really one of my favorite parts about all this is I think that this is one of those very few opportunities where you get to see players at the top of the game and learn from them. And so I love this because it allows us to share that, to see what these players are doing, and also have a really entertaining competition.
No, yeah, for sure. And it's also this, I would say, something I found very interesting, for example, yesterday, was that we misjudged the difficulty level of these challenges quite a lot in both directions. We had challenges that we thought they were easy, but they turned out to be difficult. And we had challenges that we thought would be pretty challenging that turned out to be pretty easy. And it just shows that like there are so many small little aspects that like maybe something, for example, that we are good as like when making the challenge, maybe the player that's not like a thing they are super proficient, but they are instead proficient at something that I thought was going to be super difficult. And it's this whole world of different techniques and strategies and the way you approach this.
Yeah, and this is one of those that's hard to judge because I feel like this is an uncommon bug class, so I don't know how much experience a player's going to have with like this exploiting this specifically thing. Like, if we asked you to do certain things, they know what to do and they can execute that process very quickly. This one's a little bit uncommon, and it requires a little bit different of a following your idea through allows you need to use a debugger in a creative way to like really understand like how do the stack frames from these different functions line up. It's kind of an uncommon thing.
And speaking of the stack frames uncommon, I want to look here at SuperDiceCode because I think it's pretty cool there. They're using the search pattern functionality of Jeff here to locate some of their input like in memory, and I think this is they're trying to find out like how does this data that they control, and now we're bringing out the calculator.
Love
it. Like how does the data they control line up with the other data that's interesting? Like what are the relative offsets there? So that's a really cool approach there.
Yeah, that's definitely showing us that they're making progress towards being able to understand the primitive that they have. They know what they're supposed to look for. That's a good sign of progress.
Yeah. We can switch back here to Mhackeroni as well, and look, they have commented out a huge chunk of their exploit script. Oh, but now they're bringing it back in. So there's actually been a lot of progress here on their.
Shout out to their awesome Vim setup.
Yeah, it looks pretty nice. And now we are debugging this and checking some stuff, and you can see this like welcome, and then it's like a ton of A's, and then there's like some garbage at the end, which is probably this, they're padding out and they're placing some controlled values. And you can see this actually on the left hand side. You have on line it's like 12 in the bottom half above the flat. You see the like 208 A's, I think, followed by this structure, although I'm not sure that is the one. No, I think
crafting the player name, I think, and then seeing how it gets sent back to them.
Right. So actually, it wasn't those A's. It was some other A's up there.
It's a problem when you use A's everywhere.
Yeah. This is actually something I have a big habit of doing. It's like whenever I use these like padding values, I always like increment. So I have like I will never have the same letter anywhere in my exploit. So I will have like A, B, C,
I'm the
D.
same way.
Yeah. And then of course I'm also a big fan of using the cyclic function in Pontus to generate these De Bruijn sequences for calculating offsets.
Certainly, I think that one of the sort of meta patterns here that the cyclic patterns really help with is understanding, the big sea of memory. If I can control one thing, where can that memory end up somewhere else, and knowing exactly like what the index value is. Super powerful, and that's why you see that so commonly in these situations.
Yeah, I remember like when I was like beginner, I would always do like a bunch of A's and then put like a few B's, and I would just hope that the B's would show up in the right place, and then like they didn't, and then I deleted a couple of A's or added a couple of A's, and it would be back and forth, and then I discovered these things like, oh, I can just do it in like one shot, and that was like magic to me.
Yeah, the classic aughts era Pwn scripts were always like just the right number of A's, and then maybe you'd have like 4 B's to indicate a 32-bit register control, maybe 4 C's, and then you'd see it in the debugger where they'd say, hey, look, we can control EIP, we can control EAX, etc.
Yeah. Like we see now again, Mhackeroni, they again like commented out a huge chunk of their exploit script, and now we see they're going for the inputs there, like the commands they're choosing 5444. What we did say, 5 was the change name thing, and then 4, edit block was the 4th one. Then that could potentially, but they need to set up the index.
Haven't seen a leak yet, and I think that's a concern for me. I want the players to find that leak, because I know that in this case, and they may have some slick tricks up their sleeve that I don't know about, but with a pi binary, without a leak, I feel like they're going to need something.
Yep. We are getting close to the second hint. It's going to drop in 2 minutes, and after that, the players have another 15 minutes. To solve the challenge. So I think the last hint is pretty general. Oh, this is very colorful heap.
I like that.
Yeah.
On Mhackeroni's side,
right. Is this showing? I think it was like showing the structure of the heap, or like showing blocks in the heap, or just maybe printing some memory. I wonder if the colors were like different chunks or something like this.
Definitely different. And I think that the brightly colored text is a little bit of a meme.
Yeah.
But what we're seeing there actually is a very purposeful use of colors, because as a human, your brain's just not built to look at a huge screen of binary numbers, of hex dumps. So having those colors is, I think it's underrated.
Yeah, I know, like to really guide you, the whole visual. I mean, I remember, again, when I started using like GDB, without any like plugins or additions. It's just this like text and type of command, and you get the response. And I thought it was completely awful. And then I started using, back in the day, it was PETA, which started bringing these more nice additions.
Yeah,
like
if we look at SuperDiceCode, you can see this.
Yes, and this is beautiful example.
Right, and so if you're not used to looking at this might just look like a bunch of gobbledygook, but if you're looking at the register values, you've got one color that means like this is a heap pointer, one means stack pointer, another means that it's a pointer to the executable, and so at first it just looks like a lot of colors, but to these players, that allows them to zero in and really quickly determine, oh, does this register point to the stack?
Yeah.
That's exactly the sort of thing they're going to need to figure out.
Yeah, and they're also taking a look at they're looking for that
second hint about to drop.
In 20 seconds, there will be that second hint. So we're going to have to make sure that we also remind all the players of that. And so, yeah, no, totally the colors, right? Because like you can see, if you're looking for, let's say you're looking for a heap pointer, and maybe if that's yellow or something, you can just you just filter out all the blue stuff or something. So
yeah, on SuperDiceCode, they've got I like what I'm seeing, and they're looking for the reversing. They had some notes about like this is never initialized. The one thing I haven't seen them. Yeah, so that I think that actually our players had an idea about that. Yep, we see the make fake black here. I think that the next thing that they need to figure out is controlling the index. So that allows you to sort of set the stack data, but how do you use that?
Yep. And it's I think this is also so easy to miss because of, we described previously this bug with like in one place there's an inconsistency with how this get indexing is being used. And it's there's a typical way where you can fall into this kind of pattern matching thing where you have looked at that function in one place and how it's used, and then you see all the uses in the other places, and you just accidentally kind of pattern match and assume it's the same, so you just kind of filter that out. So that's dangerous thing there.
It's true, yeah. It can lull you into a false sense of security, and you miss something like inconsistency. And it's also difficult because these inconsistencies are spread across functions. And actually that's one of the things that makes this particular pattern harder to spot, is because in a lot of cases you see a get input function and you just kind of trust that it does what it's supposed to do. When in some cases you do need to be suspicious of something like that based on the pattern of where does the value get read, written, and what's the return code mean.
I want to see here again, you see Mhackeroni now, because I had this help text here on the side that I didn't notice before. The pointer saying like T-cache bins of that size. So that was a really cool thing. So it's showing the heap, showing the chunks, and also showing like this chunk is in the T-cache bin of this size, and it's the like second entry in that T-cache bin. So that's really cool to see.
Yeah, must be a Pwnybug thing, looking at it.
Yeah, I think they're using Pwnybug. So
Pwnybug versus Jeff, classic battle.
Yeah, I'm personally more of a Jeff person, but I think Pwnybug has a lot of cool features as well. But you can see, like here, we see this colorization and stuff. There are a lot of similarities between the two tools. And they are messing around here. They're also looking at like the heap stuff, looking at the bins on the heap.
Yeah, I'm hoping to see that second hint combined with the first one is really saying like, hey, look for uninitialized stack data being used. And then, hey, this lets you basically control an entire frame. I'm hoping to see those two things get put together. Obviously, this is still a tricky thing. I think the underlying problem here is that this is not an easy thing to exploit. These kinds of bugs are usually pretty tricky. And being able to compare stack frames across function calls, not a great workflow for that.
I want to switch over to SuperDiceCode. I saw a stack smashing detected error message there.
All right.
That could make sense, right? Wait, hold on. There are no stack canaries on this.
Shouldn't be any stack canaries.
Maybe that was from something else. Maybe they were running. They're messing around with. Oh, that's Discord up, which they probably should close. I think, I'm not expecting our competitors to cheat in that way, and you see they're just like tabbing past it. But I would probably still, maybe encourage them to, not create any room for speculation there. I think that's something we're going to have to remind them of. But yeah, and they are looking at, there are too many windows open, right? So it's trying to find their way back to the solve script.
Yeah, at this point, this is tough, right? This is we're starting to get to the end of the challenge as a competitor. You might feel like you're out of gas, and we've seen competitors like looking to see like when's the sudden death coming,
Yeah.
But you never know what the person across from you has got. They might be almost there, but
yeah, that's always tough to it must be really stressful to be in this situation, and just like you're sitting there, you're trying your best, trying to solve this, and you have no idea if the person across, it's like, are they just about to solve it, or
and we've seen some very close calls.
Yes, we had basically, I would say, on both sides of the line. Yesterday we had one challenge that was solved 2 minutes or 1 minute before the deadline, and we also saw another challenge that was solved basically 1 minute after, because we stopped the game, but the player continued solving, and they actually got it a minute after the time reached the end. Yeah. Fortunately, I would say they did end up winning the sudden death afterwards. So it's it was justice in some sense.
How many sudden death rounds did we end up doing yesterday?
2 only, I think. I thought it was it felt like
more.
Yeah. No, it was because I think it was the first and the last match of the day that went to the sudden death. So yeah.
Well, this is looking like this could be a tough one. I'm hoping to see at least one solve.
Oh yeah.
And not to go into sudden
Absolutely.
death.
And we can look over here at Mhackeroni, and we see that there's I'm just trying to quickly decipher all of their exploit stuff, but they have all of these abbreviations on their function name, so it's kind of challenging to follow along. They are still looking around at heap stuff, which I don't really think there isn't really anything heap related that you need to care about in this challenge, right?
No, as I mentioned, the heap stuff is really just an excuse to give you a pointer.
Right.
And the overwrite primitive, you control a pointer, so you control pointer and size. That's sort of the perfect write primitive, right? Right. Allow me to control a pointer and write a customized amount of data, and that's to get that sort of primitive. You almost necessarily have to have something that would expect a heap buffer. Yeah. Right.
Yeah. It's. Although I guess in your other challenge from yesterday, we had a bunch of pointer shenanigans going on the stack, right?
Pointers are hard. That's what we've learned. Pointers are hard. Yeah. No, I think that this is something that I really care about, and something I'd like to see done better is how do you think about all of these pointers? How do you keep all this stuff straight? These competitors are so good at thinking about these problems because they have so much practice, but the reality is that it's still super difficult.
Yeah. And we are now down to about 7-8 minutes left of this match, so it's it's looking a bit dicey, I'd say.
So when I see a tough problem like this, my question is what is the thing that we could make that would make this kind of thing easier? And uninitialized memory use is just kind of a weird one. And really, I think that the closest thing I can think of is looking in your IDA or your Binja or whatever, looking at those stacked frames. And we've got 2 IDA users here, and I don't recall seeing them looking at the stack.
I see here. Look here at Mhackeroni. So they're printing a block, and the contents entry was showing. It's showing maybe that is a heap address actually. I was thinking that it was not a heap address, but that I had managed to do an overwrite. But that's no. Okay, I was mistaken. I thought that they had managed to craft overwrite that pointer with some fake stuff, and it turns out that I don't think that's the case anymore.
Gosh, I'm feeling for these competitors right now. This is a tough one.
So tough. And we'll see. We also have, we don't know how this is going in the other match as well, because
That's right.
we should maybe just remind people a little bit about the broader context here. So we're here at the DEF CON CTF at DEF CON.
Yep,
and
it's out there.
It's out there. It's out there, and we're sitting here in the hall. So yeah, if you're around at DEF CON, you can come around.
I'm over here.
Yeah. Wave to us. We have the stream up on a big projector with automatic captions as well, which is pretty cool. So you can actually...
First time we've had this. I think that's really awesome.
Yeah, this is what we've been thinking about for the past years, that this is what we should have. And now on the second day of the third year, we finally managed to get this set up. So that's really awesome. But anyway, so we have these big awesome teams, among the best teams in the world. They're here, they're playing the main CTF, which is an attack defense style CTF. But as a part of this, we have LiveCTF. So it's a double elimination knockout bracket. Every match, the teams get to send one player. They sit down one-on-one, like we've been seeing here on the stream. First player to solve wins and moves on to the next match. But for logistical purposes, we are playing 2 matches simultaneously. We're only doing commentary on one of them. Mm-hmm. The other match, we are streaming their screens though. So if you want a more, relaxed thing and just watch, uncommented raw footage from a screen, we have a stream going on for that as well.
So if you're watching us on YouTube, there's another stream going on too. You can check that out.
Right.
But I also wanted to say that I think that this is a really cool setup. I love that we're here with the DEF CON CTF. I think it's a great contrast, because I was just talking to one of the organizers earlier, and they said that they only released a couple of challenges yesterday. And so we're talking about big teams, best in the world, working on challenges, and only a couple of challenges. That gives you an idea of how hard these challenges are. And so I think it's a great contrast to LiveCTF, where we're focused on challenges that can be solved quickly.
Yep. And let's go back and check win with SuperDiceCode. Again, I'm trying to see they find some constants there for those headers and footer, and they are building up this fake struct on the fake block there through the change name function.
Yeah, they haven't. They're not giving up. I can see they're controlling the offset, making sure that things line up, and that's exactly what you need to do in order to take advantage of this override.
Yes. And I wonder if they... So the thing that worries me, and I think you pointed it out as well, is I haven't quite seen anyone exercising that bug with actually, using the uninitialized value for something. But I did see that I think it's over on...
Yeah, I'm hoping to see, the next step that I want to see is something that indicates that they've controlled it, right? They're overwriting something on purpose, and they've got a value that they know that they're putting in it. And that should lead them to a leak, but...
Actually, now, look at this, actually. Now, I'm just looking at the exploit here. You see that they are creating a fake block that contains the pointer to free, and then they are having this. They also have the win function in a different place. So could this be a leak, or are they overwriting? We have so we have only partial rel row, right? Which means that so if
they're looking at the GOT,
right? So the idea here is that you can overwrite the GOT entry for free.
memcopy. You can see that they can see that memcopy is the one. Memcopy and system are uninitialized in the GOT. That's the partial rel row, and the memcopy is actually the intended target for the override.
Right. So this is actually suddenly looking very promising. If
they've got everything set up.
Yes. I didn't see the leak though, but I assume
comments about it.
Where is... Maybe they scroll down. Right there, heap leak, and they're masking it out, and then they're setting. You can see the exe.address. They're setting it to the leak minus an offset. But I'm not entirely sure. So if you're leaking a heap address, because normally the text segment is close to the heap, but it's not a static, it's not a fixed offset
Right.
between them. So like a heap pointer doesn't automatically give you a text, the text location.
That's true. They may have found another way to leak a value. The intended leak was a stack offset.
Right.
But if you leak the stack, you could potentially see a stack pointer and a heap pointer, and then for that particular memory layout, understand the offsets and potentially reach out to the heap and be able to leak some of that. So the reality is on the stack, you're going to have stack pointers, you're going to have heap pointers, and you're going to have executable pointers. So from there, the door is pretty wide open, but it's just a question of pulling it off. I don't know how much time is left in the game, but I really want to see Mhackeroni.
We are actually at time now. So this, unfortunately, we are going to have to go to a sudden death. Very
that's so tough.
Very unfortunate. There was some good progress on Mhackeroni there, definitely. And so we are going to set that up, and let's hope that.
That's so tough. I feel like we saw some great progress. Obviously, that was a tough challenge. Really, somewhat uncommon vulnerability class, and being able to line everything up in that challenge really was tricky. I feel like another 10 minutes and we would have seen it solve.
Oh yeah. I also think so. We are repeating yesterday with starting out with a sudden death in the first match. Maybe it's also like maybe the time is also like a factor. Maybe you haven't. Maybe you were up late working on challenges from yesterday, and then you're gonna have to get up at, before coming here at 10 to play. Like you're doing your best poning.
That's true. I remember playing through the weekend with my team, and some of my teammates would be running on like 3-4 hours of sleep, and this is just one part of it, and so the teams have been working throughout the night trying to make progress on problems, and then. One lucky team member gets to come here and compete in a speed match. It's definitely kind of a whiplash situation where you have to go from.
I just want to point out something I'm seeing here on Mhackeroni's screen while we're bringing it. They have a, you could just barely see it there. They had a preparation script for this. So basically, like when the challenge starts, they could just like run this script to like download the challenge, unpack it. They also had like a timer for the hints. I saw this actually during the competition. They would use it's like I notified some tool. They would pop up a little toaster pop up in the bottom of the screen saying like hint 1, hint 2.
That's great.
So they are
love to see that.
Yeah.
So and that I think is evolution of the game happening in front of us, step by step. Where can we gain a few seconds? What things can we do automatically instead of having to do manually every time? Saw that with the checksec improvements. I've seen a couple of teams have less interactive ways of downloading the binary, so they just like kick something off, downloads the binary, drops it into their disassembler.
We're just waiting for confirmation from our production side to see that we are ready to go with the sudden death challenge. So that will be happening.
Shout out to Josh. He is typing furiously right
now. It's as we mentioned before, we are running on a little bit smaller crew than we would have preferred. But we are making it work, and I think we had some really exciting matches yesterday, and I mean this now is also very nice. So
did you have a favorite challenge from yesterday?
So
anybody who missed it?
I do think that the Pwn crypto challenge from Josh was it's a really nice one. It was solved. It had an unintended solution. Luckily, the unintended solution happened on the off-stream match. So if you go back and watch the match, you get the proper solution there. So
it looks like you might be gearing up.
Yeah. We'll
And
see.
I know that you're too humble to say it, but I also thought it was great that we threw in a web chow.
Oh yeah, yeah.
I
Thanks.
think you know, we're definitely branching out, trying to do different things. Get those web competitors, because I know every team's got at least one person who their thing is web, and we can give them a spot to shine here.
Yeah. I was about to say they're trying to. Okay, so they are getting geared up for this, and I'm trying to get some signal from our friends over at the table. Are we ready to go? Okay, so competitors, we're starting in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Here we go.
Go. All right. So
Easy calculator handout.
yes, and this is going to be rough. So this is a very easy challenge. It's basically just the classic. You're seeding random with the current time, and it is basically predicting random. So it will generate 2 consecutive random numbers, multiply them, and you need to send this.
First time I'm looking at this, I see like one easy function with a bunch of calls to rand.
Yeah.
See the time, srand. Yep.
Oh,
that's
and
it.
I want to see. I mean, I want to look at Mhackeroni because they're already on it. They're doing the C types. They have the SRAND. They're doing the calculation. This might be a quick one. Oh my God! And they're just putting it, multiplying those together.
And we've seen tools now. There's multiple tools.
Oh my
that
God!
are,
This
are
is like
able to do this.
Ooh, they need to put them as hex. And is it? Oh yes, and that it. They're doing remote.
And they need a dot slash.
Yeah.
It's not slash submitter.
Yeah.
Wow, that is so fast.
Oh, that's
oh my
that's,
gosh. Impressive.
Yeah, that is indeed a sudden death.
Incredibly fast solve.
Oh my God. All right. Yeah, we had a long challenge and then a very sudden death.
You know, give them a break.
Yeah, it's really well done from both of these players. And we will be going to a break now.
Yeah,
but we will.
Just a shout out, we've still got the other stream running, so if you're watching right now, you want to see the sudden death end, there's still that match going on.
Absolutely.
The other streams.
Check it out. We will be back in just a moment with the second match of the day. Yeah,
See you then, CTF fans.
See ya.
Hello and welcome, everybody. We are back for another round of live CTF. Let's get it right off. Let the competitors get going in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go! They are now live. Let's watch them as they begin the download. Oh, I love it. Mhackeroni was already...
Oh, he's got a script.
Already,
he's
like,
got a script.
Yeah, already knew exactly what to do.
That
okay.
was like a second.
Okay, so we're looking at a Python challenge. And I actually don't remember. Did we tell them that this was Pwnable RE? I don't remember what the actual category that we gave them was. So I'm curious. We should actually...
It's in the challenge, but yeah, so this challenge is called Something Rotten. Always the name is a little bit of a hint. It's just a question of like how much of a hint
is it? Something rotten. Okay, so we've got our Carl's over here, so I can talk in his ear and he can nod at us because this is actually his challenge. He was the author, but we're giving him a break from the stream because he wrote so many of the challenges that we're gonna let him.
Fantastic work.
It's not always less stressful though. Like it depends on the situation. Sometimes more, sometimes less. Okay, so let's keep an eye out. We've got Mhackeroni up there still.
They've got a couple of files here. It looks like a pretty straightforward. Like, okay, gotta have this. The hash needs to match. Get a shell, otherwise, totally invalid flag. So
yeah, I think this, in terms of like total lines of source, this beats even some of our sudden death challenges. This is a tiny little challenge. Over here, actually on RePokemonedCollection, they're already dumping.
Holy smokes! That's
very cool.
text.
So they're taking advantage of that 1080p as much as possible with a small font. They're going straight for something that's dumping the pickle, I believe, right? So
right.
We know that this has a Python pickle. We can see that very obviously in the source. And so the first thing they did was dump that out immediately. They're looking for those opcodes.
Yep, and you can see it dumped out on the Mhackeroni side. You can see the hex dump right there. So Python pickle, you can see it's a mix of binaries, some strings. They tried to load it right there. So I think that what we're going to see is some really interesting tools that you might not use every day.
Oh, there we go. Debugging pickle. I like that.
Debugging pickle.
And that's
pickle debug.
that is absolutely I think a wise thing to do. I think that's very very clever. And from having heard a little bit about what's going on, I think they're both looking in the right spot. They both I mean, the smaller the challenge, the more you kind of know where you should be focused, and so I think that's not super surprising. I also do appreciate that they've left us on that split view. We can at least see all the original source and their debug session at the same time.
Yeah, I think it's interesting to think of, like what's the Kolmogorov complexity of a challenge here. Like all of the complexity here is basically what's inside that pickle and then those few lines of Python.
Yeah, sorry for the flickering of the display that we're getting there. I'm not sure if we've got a loose cable or if it actually, I believe it's the refresh rate that I remember last time they had to do.
We were noticing a couple of artifacts earlier, and it was just a matter of,
was it just
those connectors.
Those connectors. We do have a lot of cables running around. They're all taped down, but there are people. In fact, we literally had a forklift drive over our cables just a little bit ago, and I saw that thinking like, oh, I guess we'll find out what happens with that.
How many connections would you estimate are in the setup here?
It hurts my head
can jiggle
to remember this. Let's if we keep an eye on the RePokemoned, you can see they're already also in pickle tools on PicklePython, right? So okay, they know what they're doing. What's happening here is essentially that the password isn't a pickle. They're checking that, and it's as bare bones as it gets. So
you can see on Mhackeroni's screen. I think that RePokemon had the same thing. We've got a VM bytecode situation going on. Pickle is in, and you can see this pickle debug is fantastic for this.
Yeah,
that's
really nice.
You can see the opcodes, pretty simple type stuff, and I think that we're going to see them zero in on the solution here shortly.
And for a speed run, it very might well come down to who knows the tooling better, who's got a little more experience, because it's super stressful to like learn a new tool kind of on the fly. It's also interesting that we're looking at two different tools. We've got Pickle Tool and we've got Pickle DBG or Pickle Debug, right? And so I'm curious if one of them turns out to be better than the other. It is possible that that gives you like a bit like I actually don't know, up front which is going to do it. And it may also be if you know one versus if you know the other.
Sure.
Stick with what you know, right?
But I think this is also a great way to have a competition. It's not a matter of it doesn't look like either of these players like came in knowing what to use.
There we go. I do want to point out real quick. We do see a ChatGPT. Yeah, is this going to be helpful?
I think that some of the most honest ways to have a hacking competition is something where nobody has the tool.
The leg up.
In.
Nobody knows it. We have gotten to the point, I think, in a lot of CTF where it's very specialized. People know their tool chain so well. It's a fine art. You want to balance between giving them something familiar and something new. And this definitely, I think, counts as something. So it's not new in the sense there have absolutely been pickle challenges before. So there's some familiarity, but it's also not something. Okay, so they're trying to
Maybe Gemini's got a little bit better knowledge. I love to see this comparison of LLM tools, because it really is. It's a question like, what was their training data? How recent is it? What do they know about this stuff? Differences in LLMs, context windows, perhaps. I don't know. Well, let's see if they're.
I do like that this is small enough that you can probably put it in just about all of them. Oh, it's always fun too to see like which model they're on. This is just the public one, right? So like, are they using the O or are they using?
Did you see the prompt? Try to do it anyways.
What was it? Say it again. Do it. Yeah.
The other prompt was like, "Are you?" A Herculean task, and I was like, "Wow, I didn't know that LLMs were so dramatic." But
yeah, no, it's too difficult. It is funny when you force them to do it. Okay, we've actually got over on RePokemon, we have maybe a throwing script or some sort of automation. So they've actually started. It's a little bit small. Hopefully we've got it visible here in our biggest zoomed in view of their terminal. So are they just iterating over all of the opcodes? Let's see what we're doing. So they're gonna wrap I guess I'm not sure what they're doing yet either. I did see, both teams immediately started doing things. So I don't know if that means they're just trying to like do things or if they actually know what they're doing, if they're just immediately going for it. I mean, I think that treating this just as a pure pickle RE challenge is obviously the way to go, but there are different ways to approach an RE challenge. You can do it dynamically, you can do it statically, you can do it with glitching, you can do it with side like there's all these techniques, right, that are applicable, even though it's pickle opcodes as opposed to regular CPU opcodes, all the same techniques. Okay, so there we go. We do see them dumping out. So what are they dumping? So that's even like instruction counting, right, is another great example of a technique that we did in our qualifying round, right? We had one that was an instruction counting technique. That's a great one for passive comparisons. That's a great thing to test. Can you count the number of instructions done, and byte at a time? Maybe it's possible to verify a comparison that's doing.
I think that mhackeroni seems to be. They're using this bytecode debugger, and they're really zeroing in on what exactly is happening in terms of what is that bytecode doing.
It's also worth updating for people who are at home and not able to see us here that we've moved our screen in the room. So it used to be all the teams would be watching their competitors on their own laptops. We've now got a giant, I don't know, what's that, 50-foot on the side projection going up. So every one of the teams can now see their teammates, which I don't know if that makes it more or less stressful. And then we just put some screens up to block the view of the competitors.
It's a pretty sweet setup.
All right, so back on RePokemonedCollection, what are we looking for? We're looking for an error that they ran into. They're just trying to check this output.
That is some small text. I gotta say.
It is, yeah. So I can read it with my glasses.
Good old
I got
red
my
and black.
Old man glasses. I know the default color scheme for your Vim. And MMM just won off stream. Wow. So fantastic, good work for them for a very quick solve. Also, yay, that is solvable. That's good too. We always like to see that.
Every challenge author, I have to say it's been a tough go for me already. Had 2 challenges go into sudden death.
2 that went to it happens, but hey, at least you wrote 2. Let's go ahead and check back over in Mhackeroni as they're working on it, because I do
see a brute instruction stop.
Yeah, exactly. And we're watching them do it character to exactly what I was talking about. That sort of like brute force approach, doing some kind of validation on the implementation.
Because even though the hash looked like, you're not going to brute force the hash, but if the password is small enough, then you certainly could. Or if you've got that side channel to say like, okay, you got 1 character right, you got 2 characters right, then it really reduces the state space. This is a classic sort of approach.
Well, and if we look, I think it too, if we, I'm actually curious, so we've got, I think, still plenty of time before our first hint. But if we go back to if one of them pulls up the source again and we can take a look at it, knowing the structure of how the comparison happens, when it happens, what's the behavior of the unpickle during that calculation. I think that's where the hints are going to come in later. That's going to give them maybe a little bit more information about where they're going. Oh, back over here, of course, on RePokemoned. Yeah, now we're seeing a similar, again, very similar brute force
approach.
So it looks like an instruction counting maybe even too, right? So we've got it's 56, 33, 44, 45. So they might be also implementing the same kind of approach for exactly what we were talking about, like with that instruction counting, but now doing it in our virtual machine as opposed to our native instructions.
Yep.
If this approach is valid, there we go. So ML. Okay, so we've got it looks like an ML or an MC potentially coming out. I'm not
feel
sure
like
if
both competitors feel like they're close.
Both are making progress.
You can sense
Yeah.
the anticipation. Oh, I think I'm almost there. Mhackeroni is working on their script right now.
I do like their font and their color scheme. Oh, there goes the thing over our wires again. So hopefully we don't.
Every time it's a little stressful.
It's stressful on us as we watch them roll an 85-inch TV over our cables.
Yeah, this is. Just a little bit of context here for the viewers. There's a lot of moving things, forklifts, carts. They've got these little trams.
Oh, hold on, back here. Let's come back. RePokemonedCollection. I just saw their script outputs. Where to go? This is it. I think they've got their answer. They're getting their solve script. They already know what I believe. Their script ran. It dumped a code. They've got a. All right, here they go.
Oh, they're netcatting it in.
And the flag. Where was the script? Yep, there we go. That very much looks like a flag. They're trying to get the exact one. This should be it. How
much progress did they have? Was that a
no?
flag?
That is the actual flag that needed to be given to the server, I believe. Very close. You could tell that was clearly a flag, right?
So they're just waiting for that to finish brute forcing
very,
the rest of the flag,
close.
and then they're just gonna jam that to the server and.
Yeah, I think that's it. Barring a bug here, they definitely have this one in the bag.
Like
I think RePokemon's
their script ended there in some sort of
some sort of
error
bug,
or
we were just
heartbreaking bug in the script.
Oh no, there's a pip install. So what do we? They don't have the ARC4. So that's
package.
the password. You need to actually decrypt. So they didn't actually. They have the correct password now from the brute forcing of the bytecode. Now they just need to use it. There we go. So they pasted it wrong. Oh no! So it's
hard, that's so tough.
I think
you're
there's
right
a copy
there.
and a paste. There it is. That's the flag. Come on, copy and paste, and they've got it.
Well done, have a shell. There we go.
Well done. Very good, Pokemon. All right. Wow. Okay, I am totally okay with that after a sudden death. Hello and welcome back. We are here.
Hello. Yeah, we're back.
Another round. We're going to go ahead and count it off really quick.
Yeah.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go.
All right.
We have Cold Fusion, and if this works, next time we'll get fewer. The long name, one of the long name teams.
Those. So yeah, we're back here, LiveCTF match. It's a reverse engineering challenge this time.
We do have a little more RE this year. I'm happy with that. I like it.
Yep. And it's actually written by me. In fact,
this is good. We don't have to talk about your challenge behind your back.
Yeah. And I expect this one to be, I would say, on the easier side. Actually, I want to point out, if we go to the right, to the, what would you call them? Get fewer. If they are using Radare. So that's a choice.
Kind of distinct. Yeah. I like the layout they've got though, and then we've got Ida over here on Cold Fusion, right?
Yep.
And so I saw there was Sokoban, I think at one point. Was that a previous challenge or was that this one?
No, there's no Sokoban in this one.
Mystery algorithm is this one.
This is basically, I was a little bit lazy with this one actually. I basically kind of, let's say, recycled a concept from that I've used.
This is totally like the point of LiveCTF, right? Is we're taking the classics, packaging them up, making them slightly different, and letting people see what happens a lot. Yeah, like seeing those themes and. So basically,
it's so a lot of times when you have reverse engineering challenges. Oh, actually, let's hold that thought for a second, and look at they are asking ChatGPT to explain the code for them, and in this case, they are explaining the RC4.
Just RC4. Yeah, they wanted ARC4 in particular. Yeah.
Yeah. And it's like.
Oh, okay. There we go. What does it say?
Recursive. Oh no! Yeah. Here. Oh, no way.
Did it exactly identify the algorithm?
Okay, so let's just break down what just happened.
Yeah.
There's a mystery algorithm, and they just basically input it into ChatGPT, asked what it is, and ChatGPT said that this is the Levenstein distance, which is
like two strings, like
yes, it's one of the edit distances, and basically just asked it to generate the equivalent Python code for it. Or maybe it was like optimized code. So basically, this challenge is a so-called optimize me.
Or the supercomputer is another kind of theme that the CTF popularized.
So basically, if you run this binary, it will just calculate the flag for you, but it will take to the end of the universe for this to happen. So you need to identify what it's calculating and implement it in a more optimized way, so that you can do it faster and get the flag.
I mean, Cold Fusion looks like they're going to go very, very quick. Although if we look back over at if this works, we'll get fewer. They're sort of taking the more traditional solution to this, which is re-implement it, copy out your decompilation, and then just sort of begin to hand optimize it, right?
And this will 100% work.
Absolutely. But will it beat the speed of just that's what this is. Here's a new implementation.
Yep, and
this could be very fast if that just works.
Yep,
this could be our fastest challenge on record.
Now they're just running the binary, and the thing is, running the binary doesn't really
tell you anything because it will take too long.
So they are just trying to see what's going on. They need to install the library to get the PBKDF. I think they
already had that up. Why are they not installing the dependencies? Or is it a different machine maybe?
Yeah. So what are they doing here? I guess they're just trying to figure things out. Yeah, so they've just tried to run the server. So this is the validator on the server side, because all of our challenges, they're always about getting code execution. So for a reverse engineering challenge, where you typically would get
something all local, you just take the answer and then you run it against our server, and that will give you the shell. And the reason we do that is because the final step is always that validator. It's always the thing that will exact timestamp. It's all logged on the server. We know for sure. There's no question about who got it first. We have to go to video recordings, and so even the RE ones eventually turn into code execution.
And we can see here that it's ChatGPT is saying there's a Levenstein distance, talking about recursive cases, and so on. But it's.
I want them to win just because that was the approach they took. It looks like it might be working, but you never know. We'll see.
Now they're looking at the RC4 and the key generation for that and so on.
Shouldn't be relevant.
No, that is completely. It was just
You just need that to sort of verify like what you've got is correct in a way that's
because
reasonable.
I wanted to have like a local, like another way that it could have been done could be like just like the hash or something.
Yeah.
But I was worried maybe that some team would come up with some clever way of like brute forcing that, or I don't know. I was a little bit paranoid, so I'm just like, no, we're just gonna decrypt.
I think it probably would have worked.
Yeah.
This is not unreasonable and really equivalent in a lot of ways, I think. So
yeah,
it's totally fine. Yeah. So I'm waiting to see if they actually kind of run it. Meanwhile, we have Get Fewer over here.
They are catching up. They are slowly building up.
This is like the tortoise and the hare a little bit, it feels like, right? Like they've got this, like their implementation, if they can actually hand optimize it well, could end up being faster.
Yeah.
Oh, here's the implementation over here from Cold Fusion, though, right?
Right.
Oh, no, this is something different. This is an old wrapper script that they've got. I don't think that's...
Yes, GDB. Oh, maybe what they're trying to do is like to double check some of the values or something. Like they were running because so basically what this challenge is doing, it contains 32 pairs of strings, and it will just like compute the edit distance between each of those pairs,
like pairwise. So
pairwise.
Like
so you get 32.
Choose two or whatever the.
No, it's just pairwise, like once.
Okay,
so you get 32 distances.
Okay.
And this will be like put together into a key. Like so 32 bytes of like the distances and used as a decryption key.
Should be very, very fast then if you've got a reasonable implementation of it and not one that's clearly written to be horrifically inefficient.
Yes.
Now I've seen another approach that some people will do. At some point we'll probably be catching up here. So we'll see whether we got a big old gap in the recording, but there's still no solutions yet looking at kind of either side too. From both teams, right? So we're still
I saw the on the Cold Fusion's site. Maybe they will switch back to it. I saw the dynamic programming approach to it, where you basically fill out a table of this. Instead, you can see there that the DP initialized. There was like in the code there. So that's kind of the idea with the dynamic programming, right? Is that like you can think of this. You have this big tree of recursions, right? But instead, you start from the bottom and you calculate like the leaves, and you just put them into. You fill up a table gradually. Then
we did have a solution already, by the way, on our other bracket. So if you're just now catching up to us,
so welcome back, everyone who's watching live.
If I don't know if you're going to get our old stuff, and eventually you'll kind of catch up, or you can usually go live. But we did just have a lower bracket solved. We are still watching. If this works, we'll get Fewer and Cold Fusion. No solves on ours yet, but if you're watching those other streams, you can catch up. We did have one, so good job. Solvable challenge.
Always
great.
Love to see it. Also, I kind of like that the solve didn't happen while we're not live. I mean, we do have the full recording to this, so we can sort it out.
Just having
afterwards.
it come back live is nice.
So that's nice. It's we're taking a look here at Get Fewer, and I saw they had some like ran some calculations, and there was some kind of output there, but it was too fast for me to like really see exactly what was going. Here you can see they're extracting the strings from. So instead of like
copying pasting from the decompilation, they're just going to do it. I would say I'm a big fan of, honestly, as much as I like automation and scripting, usually the copy and paste approach with just some little like text editor tends to be faster.
I would say I'm on this side.
I would write this. It's more
extraction.
repeatable. It's cleaner. It's easier to write up. But
I think the slight thing here is that like you can see here that they have to like do a read string thing because these strings are not of equal length. So you have to like read byte by byte until you get the null bytes.
You don't have to do when you're just copying and pasting here from the decompilation.
But then you have to do like the text processing.
Sure,
right? So it's, it's two different ways of going about this.
I forgot to bring up my other device. I don't know if we're missing anything in chat too. If you can pull that up on your phone.
I'm gonna try to bring up the stream.
And if anybody is live with us, let us know.
Let's hope we were.
All right, so we should be basically live. Or people can 3 minutes.
Yeah.
There we go. 3 minutes until our first hit. So we are coming out in the first hit. So first solve, exactly where we love to see it, just before the first hint. But we do have a hint coming. Now, do you remember your hints for this one? Do you recall? Is this going to be something that you think will surprise them, or we'll see when they get it?
So I think the second hint is just like a full explanation of what's going on. I think it's like the code is calculating the Levenstein distance or something like this. I'm trying to remember what I put as an intermediate hint.
So ironically, I don't think that hint is actually going to do as much for Cold Fusion. They have all the information that they need at this point from that early ChatGPT. But they're just not able to kind of finish it out. So
yeah. And we do have. I was just checking out the chat here. There was people
letting us know the internet was down.
We confirmed that we are back, so that's all good.
And just for clarification too, again, this is just DEF CON as a whole has been having some network problems just today apparently. So we apologize for that, but
not our fault.
Out of our control. Yeah. So we worked with what we got.
But it's maybe we should just bring back the context here, since we just came back. So this is LiveCTF, part of the DEF CON CTF here in Las Vegas. One-on-one matches with relatively easy challenges among the best players in the world, going head-to-head.
They're really speed matches. They're meant to be very, very quick, and they are. We've had some solved in 20 minutes, 15 minutes. Some of them, if they go really long, they take maybe as much as 45 minutes, and at that point, we actually do go to a sudden death kind of mode. By the way, I did actually see over in our Cold Fusion solution, there it is. You can see they've got the Levenstein distance implementation.
Right, and they have some test strings to validate that it's all good.
This could... by the way, we also have over here, there we go, there's our ChatGPT we're seeing on if this works, we'll get viewers. So
this one identified as the longest common subsequence, which
is not correct.
No. It's not.
Okay, no, but they asked the question, though.
For
they didn't. So they may be misunderstanding what the implementation is.
That
there we
go. That's like a related algorithm, but not the same thing. We got a question in chat. Who on the other bracket won? I think Blue Water was. Let me double check this. Actually, yes. So Blue Water won the match that's off stream, and we will see here what the outcome of Cold Fusion and Get Viewer will be.
Nothing to point out too is that both of these matches are upper bracket matches, as we call them. So neither one is actually a disqualification or an elimination match. Both teams will be back. Both teams that lose will still be back. Of course, the teams that win still go on undefeated and move forward through the brackets towards the finals. But oh no, a little Sublime text warning up the pop-up from Cold Fusion. But we're seeing this one feels like they're making progress.
Yeah, so I mean, Cold Fusion absolutely going in the right direction. Yeah. Those looks very ASCII range.
Yep. Decimal ASCII
no,
values.
wait, but everything we're talking about here is like. Actually, maybe. I want to see. No, but this is not. This is not the flag itself.
Sure?
This is Okay. So this is not. This is the.
The distance.
Yes.
Then you pass through the decryption function.
Yes. So they're missing one.
They're basically it. This is basically a solution. I don't see any blockers. Oh, we're also seeing though over here. That looks. They might be getting close.
Yeah, but
I still think Cold Fusion has the lead. Is that?
It's still.
Oh, they're student LCS. Okay.
Yeah,
so that's,
it's still the wrong algorithm.
If that's the wrong. Yeah, that's the case. Let's go ahead and go back here. I think we need to stay in Cold Fusion. They're definitely.
So they're just missing a step. They're looking at that. They saw that function called like decrypt flag with solution.
Yeah.
Now they're okay. So they are doing. I think they're doing what. They might be doing what I was suggesting.
Just like use IDA's app call, where essentially you can pass an argument into a function, just let it run it for you, basically.
Just jump to and then.
Or use a debugger. Wait, are you using the actual built-in debugger to do this?
It looks. This looks like this blue. Yeah, this is the IDA debugger.
Yeah. So this is actually the first time I think we've seen somebody use the IDE tool or the decompiler as a debugger.
Yeah, but I believe actually the player who is on Cold Fusion, I think they are South Korean from Best of Best, this government program, and I have seen this among several good Korean players using the IDA debugger.
Yeah.
So it might be a thing that they are taught in the BOB program.
Yeah.
I think, for example, people like Jinmo, I think also uses the IDA debugger. Please chat if you have more context. Feel free to add on that. But I think this is like a pattern that I've seen among these players. Also, using Windows as your host OS. Typically something I tend to see more in eStation competitors.
Are we just copying this as hex here? Is this over? We only get the first line there. Though. That was not the full value.
But he's filling it out bit by bit. Okay.
Oh man. Just seeing this is painful, knowing how easy it would have been at Binja to literally paste from, and then you're done.
Yeah. I mean, also just doing this in in Python, and then they are.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. Instead of using the, but I.
Oh no, something went wrong, because I saw a flag that was output, and it was. Oh yeah, maybe they did it.
By the way, I am seeing Python RC4 over here, and we'll get fewer. I don't know if they do have the correct intermediate string, but they if the payload's correct, they might actually be coming very close to a solution. Do we see?
That looks.
That doesn't.
Those numbers look very much like they could be.
Flag. Okay, we got a bogus flag. Oh, so we just missed a bogus flag over here on Cold Fusion. They ran it, and they got clearly not a right string.
Yeah.
This feels tight.
They might be like not as clear as we thought.
Yeah, I mean, we do officially, I think, have to hit live, but I don't think they need the reminder. We never guarantee that we're going to give it to them. And I don't think either one's going to need it at this point either. Like, they're both well beyond it.
Yes. And then we can also tell, so this
could be, this is close.
No. Yeah, and they're now...
so if it's fewer is just going to use the Python implementation instead of trying to call the binary.
They are looking at the RC4. So they're importing the RC4 from the
question is that key correct? If the key is correct, they're basically done, but I'm not sure yet. Very close, though.
Yes,
I feel like you could definitely tell as we get in these upper brackets later and later, we are getting the better teams. Like we're getting just faster solves, more consistent solves. These are both very, very good, very close.
And it's really cool to see that even among the top teams in the world, there is this you have some individuals who are just crazy good. Like it's really impressive to see.
Everybody here smokes all of us on the average challengers, no question.
Definitely.
But what? I see we're back now to this. Oh, we got a little bit of announcement here. So a new challenge has been dropped in the main event. So all the teams got noticed that. So that's a little present for these players when they go back to their teams. They'll have something fun to work on.
Something fun to work. Also, I can take the opportunity to mention. So this challenge is called Hercules, and it was just in the Hercules movie there is the "Go the Distance" song, and this is the reference to the Levenstein test, and you should go the distance. That was my little nudge. That as I would say big both Disney and musical fan.
You like both of those? Okay, so they've got their imports. Again, I still don't. Yeah, no. Honestly, so if this works with viewers, still got LCS as their implementation. So maybe if they've just named it wrong.
Yeah, that's
okay. But I think they copied that implementation. I don't think this is going to be a valid solution. I think we're still looking at them. So and actually for them, that hint might be helpful, super helpful. They might go from. If we make it to that second hint, in particular, where it describes the algorithm, that may be helpful for them. We'll see.
But I also think the hash was wrong as well, and they also don't have it installed. So they're doing they're using a nonce and stuff. No, all the crypto stuff here is something is definitely off with how they're doing this.
And I'm still not seeing over on Cold Fusion either. I don't know where we're at on this. They're copying out. Is this the same strings they're copying out again, or did they actually run the binary? So I wonder if they ran the binary in the debugger and copied out live memory values that they're using here, right? This may be. But I thought that because they had already extracted the strings previously, right?
Yeah.
So it's a little strange to me that they'd be copying these out of. So what are they?
No, now they're
it's
back.
RO data. It's RO data. They're not getting that out of the
maybe
debugger.
they think that they made a mistake or something.
I'm not sure. Yeah, that's right. Because when we did see them try to decrypt, get a bogus value.
Yeah.
So it's hard to say where the error actually is. But certainly that key looked like it could have been valid. Do you remember exactly? Is that look familiar if you remember
so
seeing it? But
I think I re-randomized when you build this.
It
generates
it, so you wouldn't recognize
so I
it
wouldn't.
anyways.
But you can say that these strings are, I think they're about 30, 40 characters long. That's also randomized, right?
Yeah. Changes.
So the edit distance will never be more than the length of the string, because the edit you can just replace each of the characters, right?
Okay. Yeah.
So each byte, each answer will be there in the 0 to 50 something range, maybe.
Oh, interesting. So we would not expect most of those to be ASCII printable then necessarily. A lot of those will be in the non-printable
No, exactly.
range.
Or maybe I'm counting the lengths incorrectly.
Because I did see that one key that they extracted out, what looked like it was all ASCII printable.
Right.
And so that if that's the case, I suspect that was not the right value.
No, well, it could be fine. If there's actually, there will be very few that are on the lower end of that because like, it's very unlikely. So
they're all going to land right around 40 to 50 or something.
right, which is then
they're going to be
printable, right?
is that what's the low end of the first printable symbol?
So you have,
like for example,
you have all the digits are at 48, 49, like it's the hex 30.
Yeah, hex 30, so 30, 16
right.
times 3.
So that's definitely in that area.
Yeah.
But we can now, if we actually go over to get fewer, we can see that they're testing their implementation there to see if they get the right values from their.
How long until the next hit? Like 5 minutes.
Yeah. So they. Oh, now they change. Like now, ChatGPT, they are asking for longest edit distance.
There is no penalty for patching. It's like all the other 86.
Okay, so there was an announcement here for the other teams in the different challenge. But
they switched up their opinion here.
This is good.
Now they have edit distance instead of LCS.
That sounds much better. If this implementation matches, then they could go straight to a solve here, honestly, right?
Yes.
Like this.
Well, they still have, I think they're wrong still a bit
wrong?
in the crypto stuff there, which like, I mean, I would be a bit sad if people like fall on that because that's really not part of the challenge. It's just like, it was just a mechanism I
typos
used.
anywhere can break it, right? Or just a slight misunderstanding can cause that.
They got it.
That was it. That was it.
Oh, wait. They need to still.
They actually have to run it.
They
that
need
is
to
it.
connect to the. They need to so they basically, because this is a reversing challenge, but we always go for a code execution. They get the flag, they connect to the server, and then they input the flag, and then this will give them a shell,
run the submitter.
and then they can run the submitter and
type it. Congratulations, well done. Well done. What a great match. Good come from behind there, I think, in a lot of ways. They finally got the right algorithm. They didn't need that second hint.
Yeah.
That was super exciting. That was a good one. Great timing, too.
Wow. Really nice. Really happy to see this challenge being solved. And this was a timing of about basically exactly half an hour, if I see, which I really like.
You'll see all these teams again. Again, this is one of the upper bracket matches, so no one's getting eliminated yet. They'll be back even if they didn't win this one. You'll see them again in one of our future matches.
Yes, and we've actually caught up with the schedule, which means that we will actually get a lunch break.
Right, no, that's crazy.
Yeah,
and we love to actually hit
crazy. So we will be back not right immediately, but in about an hour, so at 2 p.m. Pacific, and we will be back with another exciting match.
Yeah, I hope so.
Cool. Yeah, thanks for watching, and enjoy the rest of the stream.
We'll see you
later.
There. Take care.
Bye.
All right, everybody, we are back for another live CTF. We're going to kick it right off.
Yeah, let's just go for it.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go.
Carl, hit
All
enter,
right.
I hope. Yeah, we're good.
There we go. And my screen's finally updated.
All right, so the name of this challenge is VM, spelled Vim.
Yeah, I thought it was called Challenge.
Oh.
Because it says Challenge. That too.
Oh, I was like, that's the wrong source for my challenge. What is that? That was the last challenge.
Oh, okay.
So, this is another RE challenge. This is an RE heavy day.
Today is a lot of RE. Yeah.
But everyone has to do some RE at some point in time. What is Pwn but RE with a fancy shell around it?
Yeah. And if sometimes, if you're lucky, you get the shell around it. Like, not always.
So this, actually, fun fact, I had this without debug info for a long time until about 2 hours ago. And I'm like, well, we should add debug info.
I would.
So they have
rather
types
have
now, they have
faster
names, they
than-
have
yeah.
everything. Originally, it was nothing, and
Yep.
it was just blank. This is, as you can probably tell right now, a little VM. It's just a really simple
When you
VM.
see
I
a
think
big old case switch statement with
Yeah.
a bunch of
like
opcodes. And
five opcodes, 6 opcodes.
Okay.
It's real small, Jordan. But the gist of it is, one of the options, or you send it a VM like bytecode script to run.
Yep.
It runs it, and then it says, "What's the flag?" The end. So it's easy, right? One of the opcodes is just get the flag. No, one of the opcodes is buggy, and it doesn't actually check the little register index in the
Okay.
register
Yep.
array that it's reading
Classic-
from writing to.
classic, yeah.
So you're able to kind of do memory comparisons outside of bounds of the registers.
So yeah, and this is a good example where like the line between, and we can see by the way, our two scripts are vm.py from MMM and Friendly Maltese Citizens have idk.py. just as
idk.py.
their- Yeah,
Honestly,
I don't
fair.
know. For
That's
their-
basically
for the
VM.py.
solution script. So the very like typical like virtual machine, and like the line between pure reversing, where you've got a virtual machine with some bounds check and you can read no thing, versus like pwning is like so blurry that it's almost meaningless, right? Like
Really,
it's
yeah.
exactly like a memory corruption vulnerability, except you're just using it to read
It's just out of bound read.
out of bound read, which
Yeah.
is really just also a pure pwn. You could call this pwn, you could call this RE. Very, very similar.
So why I was leaning into RE for this is one, because you actually have to reverse the opcodes and what they each do.
Yeah.
So you can see that over on MMM, they're starting to write a simple helper. So they have a store helper. They're reversing like, okay, so this is just like at this register index, store this byte.
Yep. Array of our registers, and now those types though were already still here, right? So at least the VM
Yeah, they have the
registers
VM state. They know the
existed.
bounds of the array. Like,
Didn't make them create structures and do the offsets and create the types of each one.
yeah, so writing a helper, absolutely. And then you see over on Friendly Maltese Citizens with an amazing flag, by the way. I love it. It's so cute.
Wait, which flag? What do,
Oh no! They at their table they have a little dog with like a flag. It's really cute.
I gotta go back.
They were writing, yeah. So they're also starting to write a helper. So the difficulty here, Jordan, is, you get read out of bounds. One of these opcodes prints the value of a register. You basically win, right?
Well,
except
depends. What are we reading?
The catch is you print the value of the register, which is fine, but there is no like deref load. You can't load into a register. So the challenge here is you have out-of-bound memory comparison, and that's it. Everything else is properly bounce checked. So what you have to do is you kind of need to make this like search script that goes through, and you can do binary search. I just did a simple increment-decrement search. That's another operand.
Okay.
Operation. And you just go through, and once you match the value of the key byte, print the value, move on to the next one, leak the next byte.
Yeah, by the time leak it back out.
Added level of difficulty, because scripting, if you just make this giant thing, you don't need loops, you don't need jumps, you don't need anything. Oh, there's a jump operand.
Okay. So is there a limited total
There's
bytes?
a limited number of
Yeah,
bytes,
yep.
128 bytes.
Oh, yeah. So you
Each
need some
operation
structure.
is an int32, so
Okay.
4 bytes. So it might be a little tight. My solution is like 70. I wanted to be nice.
70 bytes
Yeah,
total.
70
So you
bytes
gave them a
total.
good another,
I get, and yeah, it
50%
uses literally
buffer.
the least efficient like search method.
Okay.
And
But it's just
there's
not
like one
unrolled
loop in
loops,
there.
yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
There's one loop. There's a runtime limit of like 5 seconds, because I'm like, oh, if someone puts an infinite like loop jump in there, which you can do, then I don't want it
Yeah,
running
so
forever.
it dies.
Yeah.
But I don't think anyone's going to run into that as their like.
I mean, while you're
They have
debugging,
bigger
maybe.
problems. Yeah,
Yeah.
they probably have bigger problems if they hit that timeout. Should have plenty of time.
Yeah.
That could be something though that like on internet scale CTF, right? If you
Oh,
come
no.
and get all close to that, but like
Nightmare.
because we're right here on a local network, again, the competitors are literally sitting 10 feet away from the server that they're hitting. This is, is like I guess there's technically 2 switches and a router in between them because they're on different segments.
I'm not
but
too worried about that.
it's pretty local. So
We're not going to run into MTR issues
No.
like last year with
Cross
one of my
your-
challenges.
cross your fingers.
I checked
we're
with
not.
every single challenge. I had checked.
This year did
Yeah.
change the MTR setting just to make sure.
We
that
read
they're-
differently.
Yeah. They're looking at the
so
exact same code too. This is funny. If you
They
just look
really.
at where
I
they
mean,
each
this
are,
is the VM loop. It fits
Yeah.
on one screen.
It does, and,
Like-
and they're both using IDA with light mode, so we're gonna see the same sort
Yeah.
of like look each time.
Does that reference? Oh, assert fit. Yeah. Okay. So I compiled with debug, so the assertions are in there,
Yeah.
which is good. So it's giving them a fair bit of help because it does give them just legitimately the check. So if you look, I think opcode. Where is it? 3. Yeah, opcode 3. Nah, hang on. I need to read my own code on someone else's screen while they're scrolling around,
Yeah.
and this
No,
proves to be
it's not
real
discerning at all.
fun.
At least we have dedicated. So just for people that are curious how this is set up, we have a direct feed
There
and
we
2
go.
monitors in front of us from each competitor,
Yeah.
separate from what we send to the stream.
Opcode 5 has, oops, copy-paste error. The same check is in there twice. You only check the first register twice instead of register 1 and 2.
Ah, okay.
So the second register you're comparing to, no bounce check.
Now, is that then the hint they're going to get at the first hint?
Yes.
If I had
The
to guess?
first hint
okay.
is
Like,
essentially, I forget the exact wording, but it's like the compare operation is missing a bounce check.
Yep.
And the second one is basically telling them, hey, you need to do this like algorithm. What was that? There was just like a little new challenger approaches circle on friendly multi-citizen screen. I don't know what that was.
Oh, interesting.
But it looks like friendly multi-citizens are writing the helper for each operand now
Yeah, typical.
operation, which is honestly the right way to do this. You know, once you have those helper wrappers, you can switch them, you can push them around, whatever.
Yeah, and even the one that you mentioned is going to require a little bit of building up your payload. Rewriting that in terms of the other operations makes it.
Yeah, I mean, you're going to need to fiddle with the jump offset. I was thinking about, like, in my solution, doing a simple, like, byte jump calculation. Like, oh, there are this many bytes after. I have 1 jump in there.
I like the activate windows, by the way. I just noticed the bottom of MMS.
Oh, activate
they still
windows.
have well, because they're in a VM as well, too. So
Oh,
you notice it's
yeah.
actually which I'm curious if that's so. Are we on an Intel native Mac or are we on Apple Silicon? That might be a remote VM? I'm curious. I would hope not remote.
Wait, also, they have Ghidra running on their host and then IDA running in the VM.
In the VM, yeah, but I would hope they don't have it something network based. I mean, we saw earlier with the network.
Oh, no,
yeah,
Windows 10 x64 is the name of the VM. Oh,
Right.
but you can emulate, right?
Well, exactly. So they could be running. Oh no, there was Parallels right there. So I just saw that was a Parallels icon. So I don't think Parallels supports remote VMs like VMware does. Hopefully that's
I don't
something.
know.
I only bring that up because we did have that network outage before, and so if some of their infrastructure
Oh,
is
God.
remote, I can't imagine they would do that though.
Oh,
That
I
seems-
really hope that
seems
doesn't
rather
happen.
unlikely. Yeah, we're definitely seeing people really working through the
Yeah,
VM.
this is
They're
interesting.
taking their time going through the opcodes.
It seems like...
Do you think they're still working through which, like where the bug actually might be? I don't see
Yeah, well,
anybody
it
making a lot
looks
of
like
progress.
MMM stopped implementing their helpers, and now they're just kind of figuring out
Yeah,
the quote-unquote
yeah.
calling convention.
Yeah. Like what operations they have in that virtual machine.
Yeah, and they're getting assertion failures. So they're trying to do out-of-bounds stuff with, it looks like operand 1. I think they maybe have a wrong size set, or like they think that register index is uint16. I think it's just a byte. So it just looks like a simple off-by-1 size calculation there. Over on friendly multi-citizens,
They're still studying. They're still looking at that decomp, right?
yeah, they're going through it, and they have a couple
They
helpers.
check
written
their
out.
source so fast that it.
Yeah, really. Yeah, so they have a simple encoder for. Oh no, that's move immediate.
So just
Move
documenting.
immediate,
Okay,
add reg.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Value
Oh,
jumping
cool. Yeah,
people.
they're just documenting all of it before they do it. I actually really like that approach.
Yeah.
And
Yeah, I think that's good.
honestly, I think what you might be able to do. We've seen this with a couple other challenges, but just feed that decompilation into ChatGPT and say,
Yeah.
what does this do?
Yeah,
And you can double check. You should double check it.
for sure.
Last challenge, I think instead of Levenstein distance, it was like shortest substring.
Now, I will point out that wasn't the AI's fault.
Oh, really?
No, they told the AI what is this what is the they thought it was least common substring, asked it for an implementation of that and used that. They didn't ask it what it was. If they had, they would have actually gotten the answer that the other team had gotten very quickly and have known that
now see, if they were using AICC's new software, then they could have just been like, hey, no, you're wrong.
I mean, we don't know yet. We haven't seen the results.
I don't know.
Tomorrow
But shout out to Mark
see.
for doing the visualizations. Him and his team, too.
Yes.
They look really nice.
Absolutely. If you haven't checked out what AIXCC is doing over in there, they're with a much higher budget. You can see their production value is a little bit higher than ours. We've got our little setup, our little studio here. They have some pretty impressive stuff.
But do they have a sign that's very out of frame, actually?
Slightly out of frame?
Very out of frame.
No, see, I think they have laser projectors instead.
They have. Oh, but see, those are dangerous because you could lose your eyes. I've never worried about losing my eyesight to this.
Well, it's because you're not standing under it. It could backfire.
True,
So
honestly.
back to the teams.
It weighs 200 pounds.
Sure hope it doesn't.
Yeah, the guys that helped us, really talented people, real strong. All right, so is that make label? Oh, so they might actually go the route that I was thinking of doing first, which is doing byte size calculation just on the fly, so they don't have to worry about manually adjusting their jumps. They can just essentially write, they're essentially lifting the Python at this point. Yeah. And then they can just write Python and it'll spit out the byte code.
Let it do it for them, yeah.
Yeah, but this almost boils down to kind of a straight VM reversing to an algorithms almost. Because if you try to do a compare, unroll all your loops, everything, you are far, far over the limit of instructions. But there's also the runtime limit, I remember now, is not a time, but number of operations.
Total instructions. Okay.
Yeah. Because time is iffy, but number of instructions, we're lockstep, we can do that.
Yep. Yeah, you got a virtual instruction counter, so just set your limit and you're good.
Yeah. And what I'd really like to see, I'll tell you this already happened with one of my challenges, unintended solutions in this. I love unintended solutions.
I think, well, it would be unfortunate if MMM in particular loses to an unintended solution. So this is actually the first time we've had MMM, I think, on the casted stream.
I think you're right.
They've been in the lower bracket several times. They had one match that they lost to an unintended solution. The other team very quickly found out that full flaw and was able to win it much faster than the other pair that solved it the intended way. And but then a little bit of karma, they did have a bye their next round. So the next team that they were up against declined to participate, and so they got a free win in that round of the bracket. So I think that evened out a little bit, but they're still now playing. And again, this is in our lower bracket. So this match and the following match, our last two lower bracket. Well, I guess technically we have one more.
We have one more tomorrow.
Tomorrow, because
yeah,
we'll
for
have
a knockout
like
third
three
place.
More. Yeah, it'll be the difference between. Third and fourth potentially more than that, right? No,
yeah, third and fourth. It'll be you'll be guaranteed at least third if you win that lower match, because then they could go up to face the. Yeah, because then they face loser of upper bracket. Yeah.
So that's right. The very first one is the minimum third and four, right?
Yeah.
And then the second is It's been a long weekend.
It's been a big bracket.
I'm still seeing them both. Okay, so actually we do have now. If we look back over on Friendly Maltese, I do like that they keep their code up. So MMM is switching back and forth on virtual desktops. Thank you for the nice little split. Friendly Maltese makes it a little bit easier for us to track.
We could have it in a pinned sticky note on the screen. Like the menu options. Yeah, I still love that.
Yeah, taking the screenshot and just pinning it was that was a move. I like that a lot. I think that's just the snapshot tool in Windows as well that they were using. So
here we go.
Yeah, we're starting to see them write their payload basically, right? Like they're implementing.
I think so.
I just don't know.
Yeah, you have a 0 ABC comp CAB.
Okay, so is the comparison
immediate B255? So yeah, the -1 because it's a signed integer offset. Or signed byte offset.
This does look like they understand the bug then,
yeah,
right?
it looks really good, actually.
Yeah.
And using 3 registers there is a good sign. They're not going to clobber their own work, which I was kind of worried would happen. Because register reuse is real.
Registers, yeah.
But I give them, how many? I think 8 registers to work with. More than enough. So honestly, you could get this done in very few bytes.
Yeah, if you really optimized it heavily.
Yeah, fully exapunks it and like optimized for bytes, optimized for runtime.
Yeah.
That was kind of what I was thinking when I was writing this. I'm just like, ooh.
That's if you're not familiar with the game from Zachtronics, Exapunks, there's several other games, TIS 100 and others. It's a really cool genre of competitive programming / video game / hacking / it's
really
a
cool.
cool set
I
of
really like the art style
yeah,
and the animation and everything.
Very well done. Yeah, so we're seeing done is okay. So they're running the comparisons. We're looking at still at Friendly Maltese.
Oh, do they have a AI like comment completion?
Oh, was that actually?
It looks. Yeah, it looks like
the code
it.
complete from like Copilot's live. Yeah, I think they might be running their Copilot.
I've still never used it, but it seems really cool. I've seen so many helpful outputs from it.
It offered to do D equals 4. Yeah, actually, that's a really good. I'm really curious now to watch. Yeah, I guess that magic little sparkle cursor indicates that Copilot is live, right?
Yeah.
So the little plus is under that. And for the most part, just keeping an eye too over on MMM, right? They're still.
Yeah, they're
looking
reading through. They're
and
understanding
really,
the VM layer.
Yeah, they want to figure out that they. So if I had to guess, I'm guessing Friendly Maltese has a lead right now, but that doesn't really.
It's looking like it, but we don't know what's going through MMM's head. We
Right.
don't know like if they're just building out their full
They
script
could
immediately.
absolutely. Like our coworker Rusty, like tends to just look at a problem, stare at it, and also by the time he starts
Yeah.
typing, like you've lost, right? Like he's already got the solution kind of in mind when he does these kinds of things. So compare. It's a little distracting with all the completions that are sort of unrelated.
I'm wondering. I don't know how to tell off rip the version of IDA. I don't think you can just from the like.
No, it doesn't
base
show like in the title
UI.
bar or anything. Yeah.
Oh yeah. Because I was gonna say like if it looks like the types or buff type might be a little bit
Are they
different.
Somebody could have marked one of them up too.
Maybe. What's the op.a?
Sorry, looking in the
Oh,
in the
they
payload
just
or in the-
okay, yeah. They just split op into a struct. So they added fields to it, which is really nice. So now whenever it masks it off, you see like what's actually being checked. Whereas over on MMM, they just have raw masks against the operation. So technically the opcode.
Yeah.
But okay, so it looks like these are two really different approach. Friendly multi-citizens writing all the helpers, and MMM just kind of
it feels like
raw
Friendly Maltese
writing
is
the
doing more
bytes.
than just a helper at this point, right? Like, that looks like they're actually writing up a payload here with
Oh,
the
yeah.
mark label compare, jump.
print val a mark label found. Oh my god, I think they already have this.
This looks like they know what they're doing.
It looks really
does.
good.
This absolutely looks like.
So
yeah.
here's an iffy part, because if you decide to go back and loop through and make refreshing for the hint, go back, loop through and make an index counter that decrements automatically and everything, then you're kind of making the solution more complicated than it needs to be. The key is 8 bytes, so too much to brute force. It's randomly generate every connection, but there are plenty of bytes to go through and actually, just copy and paste your code 8 times essentially.
So we got about 1 minute, less than 2 minutes to go until our first hint. So it is coming up pretty soon. I don't know if anybody needs. So I think MMM might
MMM is going to be helped by it.
It's not clear that they understand it. They may. It's because it's all kind of in their head at this point. Like, I don't think we know for certain, but it looks like they might be getting help. And I actually don't see for certain on our other bracket what's exactly happening. They may or may not.
Argument out of range.
Be ready for it. So let's see as we start to spin up our other folks. Let them know that the hint is coming up soon. So make sure they're ready to go do a runner. So it's so just make sure that they're ready. We have a lot of people coming by to talk to us, and
many people trying to buy our tablecloth.
That's happened more than you would think. More times than we expected.
People have picked it up and been like, "Is this for sale?" And we're like,
"Do
you know what that is?" Okay, so UA, U16. Okay. So I do think that MMM is going to get
boosted from the hint.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Now, whether that's enough though to jump them up further, we'll see. Oh, and another challenge in the main event as well. So they're slowly pumping out new challenges in the big one. Those
and they understand. Oh, yeah, they understand the out of bounds comparison here. But it looks like they're trying to compare past the end of the array bounds, which is fine, but the key is before. So really negative indexing is what you want.
Okay, so like they don't need to hint either then at this point? Are they highlighting the right things you think?
Yeah, I think the hint does just say out of bounds, so they might just, I don't know, be looking at the stack upside down.
All right, and so back over at Friendly Maltese. Oh, here we
Or
go.
I think it's actually in BSS. What am I talking about? It's not on the stack.
Okay, here I think it's time for the hint.
Yeah, it is time for the hint.
Time for the hint, I think, right? All right, so we're going to go ahead and make sure the teams know
So we
about that.
inconspicuously raise our voices a little bit.
Just to our teammates to make sure that they're not too distracted.
All right,
And there we go.
Operation 5 doesn't check bounds correctly.
Oh, yeah, there we go.
Okay. So there we go. They're looking at 5, Operation 5. They're like, yeah,
like
I'm in
I know.
there.
I'm going right at it.
Literally
Oh, yeah.
on the line.
Yeah, exactly. So the MMM did, I think, was already there. I think they had. Now it would have held them maybe 5 minutes ago, though. Right?
Yeah, I think so.
I think that's a sort of recent discovery, but hard to say for certain.
I
So
know, that's how the cookie crumbles.
nobody's reacting too much. I didn't see any slaps on the forehead from our other competitors too in the other bracket. Sometimes you can see what they're doing. All right, so this is interesting because we're just doing a Pwn Tools, using Pwn Tools to convert numbers.
Sign is unsigned, yeah. Oh.
Just using the REPL to figure out.
Yeah, I mean, this is...
Just
I
pack,
use
unpack,
struct
or
pack.
I
Yeah.
know it's lazy and sloppy, but that's exactly what I do.
because,
as well.
like, P8 is really... Like, I really like Pwn Tools packing, unpacking, but Python with 2's complement is just a nightmare.
Yes.
I always
Yes.
use, like, either C types or just, like, a little C helper.
So this is interesting. What are we seeing with these? Like, by the way, these P32 values. Are they just handwriting that?
I think they're handwriting the opcodes.
Just like I'm just gonna look at the mask and put the bits where I want them.
Yeah,
like,
negative
which
X.
feels not like the right play, but you know,
Hey,
I think
if
I
it
would
works, it
lose to either
works.
competitor, so I'm not gonna knock it too much. Oh, there we go. We're back to packing. So now they're literally just searching for. Yep, there we go. Let's ask.
What was that, Wolfram?
Claude.
Claude.
Yeah.
Oh, this is our first Claude appearance.
I think we've had one Claude before.
Oh, really?
Yeah. So we've had a Claude
I'm uninformed about the current state of AI.
of all the different LLMs.
I love it. Arguing with the AI like,
Yeah.
no.
AI. That's not what I wanted.
You are giving me a mask.
Yeah. So let's see. Sure. Just. There we go. F
sure.
string to format or hex. That's whatever.
I think that'll still print it
what was that
negative.
error? What was an interesting error? Oh, that may have just
Signed
been
to
canceling
unsigned hex
outputs.
-1. Oh, no, that works.
Yeah.
Cool.
It'll totally work.
Power to you.
It's a little extra, but that's fine. So we got there.
Okay, so they're going to be building up.
But by the way, I'm
They're,
seeing some comments here now, all the way over on MMM.
Oh,
They're starting to write out.
comp OF8. Yeah, wait, that's actually right. So that would be the first byte of the key.
And then they're just going to go calculate that offset for their jump later. They're going to manually do that
Yep.
math, count how many instructions they have,
This
and
is
fill that in later.
totally valid.
It's
Well, the loop is going to, I think, confuse them. But manually crafting their bytecode might just work.
This definitely looks like they're really still trying to kind of jump too forward. Okay, so back on Friendly Maltese. I do appreciate
through
those
that.
comments, though. Commenting on their code
Oh,
not
it's
only
so
helps
nice.
them, but helps us. So
Yeah.
kudos to the teams doing
And
that.
I will say it's easy to lose track of what you're doing. in
Oh,
this.
especially when you're stressed, it's high speed, and you're really just kind of trying to do as quickly as
You're
possible.
making up your own register names.
yeah, on the fly.
Yeah, A, B, and C. They actually, I think, both went with A, B, and C. Or oh no, over on MMM they just have bracket 0. All right, so they're going through comp jump 0. Yeah, so I do only give them a jump 0. I don't give them jump like greater, jump less.
Oh, interesting.
So that was a little bit intentional.
Do you have, I assume, like a sub or an add or other? I
Yeah,
mean,
so you
can-
have an add immediate, you have a sub immediate. I'd have gotten rid of just the sub and given them the add only, because I'm just like, just add OXFF.
negatives.
Like,
yeah, there you go. Yeah.
I think I left it in just to be nice, because I didn't want them like getting tripped up on not the challenge.
Yeah, yeah.
Oh my gosh, jump minus 12. Yeah, they're doing manual calculation and manual encoding. Power to you. And opcode 3, I think it is print. So they'll go through and print the value there. Looks like both competitors understand the problem they're facing now. And they both understand that it's negative bounds or negative out of bounds read.
Yeah, but are they going to be able to? Yeah, who's going to be able to first figure out how to get that offset itself encoded, right? Like that's going to be the challenge.
I really think Friendly Maltese is going to
It
run
sure
away with
looks
this
like they're further ahead. Yeah, definitely.
because they have the helpers.
They have it all kind of defined. They should be able to, assuming there's no bugs in them, right? They can iterate faster. They can test faster. They can try things with those helpers. But we've definitely seen it not work out that way. So we do
True.
actually have MMM over in a debugger, right? So they're actually running this now, setting breakpoints and trying to run over there. So I mean, I will say that's actually really good though that they're already validating their opcodes, right? So that if there are errors, they're going to catch them earlier instead of they get a whole payload later trying to do it.
Yeah.
Oh, although ironically, yeah, we are also seeing it over here as well too. So both teams have moved on to dynamic analysis to try to validate that their solutions are behaving the way that they expect.
In raw GDB, which I respect, I can't use raw GDB.
Raw GDB.
And then MMM using PETA.
We haven't seen much PETA yet, I don't think.
Yeah, no, it's all Jeff, Pwnebag.
Yeah, I think PETA has kind of fallen out of favor.
Yeah.
Feels like an old school move.
But hey, if you know how to use it.
Unknown opcode key, nope. So what are they?
Let's see. Oh, input bin. Okay, so they're writing it to a
Okay, so they're trying their payload and running it in a debugger.
Oh, really?
I mean, they took this.
No module named GDB.
Oh, no. What did they have? Yeah, okay.
Absolutely Python. Oh, from Pwn import GDB, maybe they're missing.
For Pwn import star.
No, they have star.
Yeah.
Did their Pwn tools not install GDB?
There we go. We just hit that max instructions exceeded.
There we go.
So they just ran out of.
Really, max instructions exceeded?
Well, yeah,
Oh,
I think they've
that
got
is
that's a lot of instructions.
Max operations exceeded. So they have an infinite loop, I think.
That would make sense. That
Yeah,
sure looks
yeah.
like
It looks like
yeah.
they have an equality check, and then maybe they're incrementing when it's equal, decrementing when it's equal, instead of jumping over their increment decrement.
Yeah, I calculated it. No, correct. All right, let's actually go back over to MMM real quick because I do see another max operations exceeded. That's really funny for given how different they started.
That's what I'm saying.
They're almost now neck and neck, and or they're certainly at the same.
So MMM, they have just a jump, unconditional jump -12, I think.
Oh, they're just looping. Their whole buffer's looping.
I believe it's unconditional. I didn't have enough time to really
so
read
now,
that.
I've kind of gotten lost in the weeds here as we were doing this. Remind me again, the goal is...
The goal is it asks you for a key after running your script,
Yep.
and if you input it correctly, you win. That's it.
So you can't have an if loop in your script and then enter the key in. Like if you just have
your
just
script
kept
needs
dumping,
to cleanly exit.
It actually has to cleanly exit. Because otherwise, it could be kind of a cool hack if you could literally just like loop it where you dumped all the bytes and then some of them were correct. You could copy and paste them and put them in anyways. But this is like, no, you have to...
Oh, keys random every time, yeah.
Yeah. So you do need to have it dynamically doing it, properly executing it.
And the final opcode, like if you have an unknown opcode in your script, it'll just break out of execution, which is a fine, clean exit.
But that's fine.
Then
same as exit. Yeah.
There might be an exit opcode in there that you actually don't want to call because it will just
actually terminate the process.
Yeah.
Okay, that might be a bad one.
I think.
So the exit they'll be using will be the invalid opcode.
Yeah. So any invalid opcode at the end will break clean out of your bytecode.
I don't see anybody yet coming up on the other side either. We got about 6 more minutes until our second hint going out, so we'll see if that ends up. Actually,
yeah, I'm a little bit worried.
Yeah,
I mean, Friendly Maltese
is kind of stalled here, assuming our video didn't freeze.
No, it seems like they're just sitting back thinking.
Kind of thinking, which is not a bad thing. Oh, by the way, let's look over MMN. There we go.
Oh, yeah. Okay, wait.
Here? Do they actually have it doing each one?
They might.
Kind of manually unrolling.
A, B, C. Yeah.
Each byte at a time.
They might have
Will
recovered
that
the first.
Work,
yeah, that'll work. Yeah.
But you mentioned that is each one of those a loop, or were they? Oh, okay. So now they're going to wrap that into a chur or something.
Oh, because they're only moving in one direction. So okay, so they're adding one. The comparison is it returns -1 if less than 1 if greater than 0 if equal.
Yep.
So they're only checking if it's equal to 0, if not adding 1. So you need to subtract if it's greater, add if it's less.
Yes.
Oh man, but if they do that, they have it.
Interesting.
But they
I got
have the
multi-currency
first like
usage.
6 bytes, I think, 5 bytes.
Oh, by the way, we're actually seeing, are these bytes actually being leaked? They're just doing like maybe the first byte dumped out here over on Friendly Maltese. So yeah, it looks like maybe they're dumping out.
Oh, I hope they realize the key is randomly generated.
Oh, they just did, because you
Yeah,
can watch
get
them
random
running it
key,
over and
random
over.
bytes. There we go.
Yeah. Well, and they could, but they could also, they were rerunning it and they were seeing the results change on that output.
Yeah,
screen too. So I
and
think
they're
that was
like,
pretty
what's
obvious.
going
Yeah,
on?
why would it?
So in
They
my
validated
mind,
it.
like if I didn't realize the key was randomly generated, I'd be like, great, I have some like uninitialized register I'm printing. Like,
and that's why they went back and checked, I think, and
Yeah.
saw that call in the decompilation.
so
that
I'm
makes
really
sense.
glad they didn't get caught up there.
I think they're caught
now
up,
this
yep.
is looking a lot more on Friendly Maltese, like the solution I wrote for this,
Okay.
which is load some simple starting values in there, and then for each byte in the key.
Actually, hold on. MMM.
Oh,
Switching
1, 2, 3,
interactive.
4, 5, 6, 7,
dumped out
8.
negative and positive values.
Hold up, wait.
Man, I.
Classic. Yeah, exit. Oh, so their script might work every now and then. If the key is low
All
enough
positive?
values. If the key's low enough values and they don't need to increment so much.
Are they only decrementing? Is that what what they were doing?
They're only incrementing, but if the key is like all ones, right? There we go. Yeah, so MMM is actually going to get it with their like...
Wow.
Oh my gosh.
Came from behind.
So I think they literally run remote. They try it like 5 or 10 times, and it'll work.
Now, do they know that it's non-deterministic?
Oh,
If
yeah,
it
they
fails?
do.
No,
Yeah,
they got
there we
it.
go.
They just got a first one. That's it. MMM has the first solve. Congratulations. Well done, MMM.
Congrats, MMM.
Moving
Oh
on.
man, they really came out nowhere
That
with
did
that. But
come
if
from
you look
behind.
over on Friendly Maltese, they have all the key bytes leaked.
Yeah.
Literally, I would
That's-
give them another minute.
They were
and
very,
they would have
very
had
close. Very, very close at the end. That was
Oh my
super
gosh.
close.
That was super, super close. It looked like Friendly Maltese writing the helpers was really going to run away with it. Then MMM, with their manual bytecode, leaked 1 byte, and they're like, oh, I can just increment the offset.
Just keep doing it. And
Yeah.
they got it. That was well done.
Really
So
good match.
3 more minutes until our second hint is going to go out for our teams on the other bracket. So if you want to go ahead and switch over to those streams, you can catch it and see how long it takes them. See who's the first one to finish it out.
Those are all on our channel, and keep watching the bracket. It's on LiveCTF.com.
Yep.
And we'll see
be
you
back
for the next
in
match.
15 minutes. Take care.
See ya. Hello and welcome back for the final round of live CTF for the day.
Oh yeah.
It's been a long day, and I think without further ado, only 20 minutes late this time, we're going to go ahead and start. So in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go.
All right. So both players, they
Enter does nothing. Then push up and run start.sh.
yes, they no,
All
but
right,
they
give
have
me one.
downloaded the challenge. So
Oh.
it is started.
No, it's good.
Yeah,
Yeah, we're good.
we're good. Yeah. Yeah,
Okay.
we have.
Well, that's concerning.
We have
Anyway.
challenges running. Yeah. Yeah. This is live CTF. Yes. Sorry. What?
Why did that have config.toml on it?
Oh, that shouldn't matter.
Okay.
But
That's just really weird.
that's
Okay, anyway.
that's super weird.
So, this is...
yes.
I knew it was going too well. This is a challenge by Glenn, who
Yep.
sadly, again, couldn't be here. Is feeling better, though.
Nice.
So that's good.
Yeah.
And also has been writing sudden death challenges remotely. No, we already had all those written and prepared.
Oh yeah, totally.
Yeah, we knew all these were going to go sudden death. But this is Glenn's challenge that is... The entire concept behind it is format string, but C++. I think that's literally the description text in our internal tracker.
Yeah, we can go to RePokemonedCollection to see a little bit. They're interacting a little bit with the binary there. It's like you run the binary, it asks for like a format string, and it even gives you like an example. And they have just kind of played around with the challenge to see what's going on.
Yeah.
And then starting a bit of building up a little bit of the interaction in their exploit script there.
So this is not a classic format string. Already, it's C++. That's different. Then you have the fact that it's using libformat, which is a really, really nice library. And it's also really nice that it doesn't have %n equivalent. You cannot just write arbitrary bytes in a format string. So the way Glenn made this challenge is it instead formats the string into a fixed size buffer.
I see.
So it technically, it uses HTTP, it's web, it uses format, it's a format string vulnerability.
Yeah, definitely. We can move over to MMM. We see that they are looking at I guess this is the documentation for
Yes.
the lib format library, and
Yeah.
checking what different specifiers and so on they have there.
So, like I said, it's a fixed size buffer it's formatting into. Similar to regular format strings, libformat has padding. So you can, colon 0200F, and it'll forward pad with 200 zeros. Stuff like that. So you get, fixed size inputs to arbitrary sized out, almost arbitrary sized outputs. It looks like they're trying to format, just like formatting out of bounds, trying to, $1x almost, like print certain arguments.
Yeah. Okay, so you're saying like that style of things are not really a thing in this library.
Yeah, because this has argument bounds checking. It has, it has not being used in this challenge, but it has fancy stuff like compile time, format string checking, et cetera, et cetera. So it's really, really nice. Use it a lot of places.
Yeah, we can see a RePokemon also looking here at the GitHub page for the format. They're going to the documentation page. I think it's really fun that Glenn has kind of created this kind of like niche of his challenges that are like very often just about like reading the documentation for some weird. I feel like it's like Glenn is just like scavenging these like documentations for like weird quirks, and then it's like him sitting there reading it and be like, why would you do that? And then he's like, I'm gonna make a challenge out of this.
I'll tell you, we share an office.
Yeah.
And the number of times I've turned around with the most arcane question of turn around and be like, hey Glenn, you know C++, right? And he goes, oh no. And he always knows the answer to it though, because he's like, okay, in Marble Blast.
Yeah.
So it's really, really good. Yeah, he has really carved out kind of a signature challenge type. We do have a solution method kind of entry for every challenge, whether it's, a buffer overflow, whether it's RSA. A large number of them just say docs reading.
Yeah, and we can see here that they are looking at the bits of code, and they just named one variable duh. I'm not exactly sure what that's supposed to indicate, but
I don't know. I hope that doesn't mean like, oh, duh, it's just this one thing.
Yeah.
I will say my solution script, so I was the verification solve on this. We do for every challenge have verification solves.
Yeah.
And my solution was, I think, maybe almost 100 lines. It wasn't like that for both. I didn't have comments or anything, but it can be shorter. It's just like a little bit of juggling around. And also, I hate format string exploits. Just, they are my least favorite class.
Yeah, they can be a bit tedious. I would say I kind of like them. I don't know. I have like a hate-love relationship, I guess, with them.
Okay.
There have been some cool stuff, and I've actually encountered one, like a format string vulnerability in like real life stuff, even though I'm like, I would say I'm a little bit too young to have like encountered those kinds of things, but there was one a couple of years ago in like a web a backend that was like calling into something, and yeah, it was wild. But that's a story for another time.
So as we're watching RePokemon collections here, the big question on everyone's mind is, will they finish their Chrome update?
Oh yeah, yeah. They should probably do that. Maybe we're hosting some, Chrome end days on our CTF page to mess with the players. No, but you can see here they're just checking out the Git repo. I guess they want to. They're cloning the repository now. I hope they get a better download speed to GitHub than what we had.
It looks like they're not.
Oh yeah, that's very unfortunate. So I would say that the network here at DEF CON, first of all, overall, it's been a little bit shaky. It's gone down a couple of times. But then, in particular, the connection specifically to GitHub has been extremely slow.
Awful. Yeah. I have no idea what it is. Oh, it's from other boxes too. GitHub's just struggling?
So maybe GitHub, like maybe they're like, I don't know, Nevada CDN is struggling a lot. Maybe all the DEF CON participants cloning repos. I don't know. Maybe someone trying to back up all of GitHub. Anyway, you can see here RePokemon reading the source code for the format, the library. I don't really think that should be needed, right? The documentation should be fine.
If they find a solution by reading the source of lib format, we should cut the stream and report it immediately.
Yeah, I mean, I'm pretty sure we haven't had any 0 days, show up in DEF CON, sorry, in LiveCTF yet, but it's, there's a first for everything, right?
There is, yeah.
Well, I mean, there was the discussion during my web challenge yesterday whether they would find like an XXC RSS parser or not. Didn't happen, but yeah, could have.
It was a cool concept. I think it might have worked, but who knows?
Yeah.
Over on MMM.
Yeah.
So they've been reading through decompilation pretty consistently. Now they understand, okay, so they do have, what is that? 0 write padded 352, I think, which I think is still in the bounds of the buffer. I think the buffer is OX800 bytes, unless I'm mistaken.
You see some of their payload there. There are a couple of spaces. I guess it's by default it's padding with spaces then, so that's why you see all of these hex 20s in the but they are in the registers. There is something going on there for sure.
Cool.
And now we're starting to do some little bit of packing. First of all, setting this to hold on.
So there are different ways to go about this challenge.
Yep.
Like, are they? No, they can't sticker up. You could, libc leak, jump libc. You could jump into lib standard C++. You could try to ROP. You can do so many things. I'm curious to see what they're going to go for. They haven't, they're just getting rip control before a leak, I think.
Yep. So in this one, we don't have like a win function then, or?
I don't believe there's a win function.
Okay, so this one you actually have to do it kind of like properly.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So you might even just be able to one gadget it. I don't know. This libc is what, the 2204 one? Which one? Oh no, 2404 has the annoying one gadgets. So 2204, totally possible.
Yeah. Right. Yeah. This was. We had the discussion before whether we should upgrade it or not and so on. But we'll see. Maybe we'll get rid of those one gadgets for next year.
Is right shift? Is that a greater than actually padding, or is that an argument specifier?
You are asking me about a library I've never seen in my life. So
Well, they had the docs up for like half a second. You didn't read all of it?
Yeah, no, I mean,
But it looks like MMM is going for a leak right now. They're leaking offsets for 256 in... Oh, yeah. Just a double word at a time.
okay, that is...
That's fine. I mean, that's
cool.
honestly great. Find a libc pointer.
Yeah, yeah. Was
Because-
that we saw some output there right away? Was there some leaks there in?
No, it doesn't look like it. And
Yeah.
that's just the prompt.
Oh,
They're just figuring out their receive intel.
Okay. They must maybe they got stuck. Like the interaction got stuck somewhere because they had mistyped what they were the receive until. Yeah. Okay. I see. That makes sense. In the meantime, we can switch over to RePokemon. They are looking at these all different format specifiers. There are a lot of different ones you can choose.
Oh, yeah.
From Chrono. Oh, so there's like a time.
Oh, yeah.
time
There's a
thing.
ton. This is a really good library. This is actually the library that got merged into C++ like standard lib.
Oh.
In a form. It's not exactly the same, but I think they're almost functionally equivalent.
Okay, that's interesting.
Yeah. Finally, by the way. Took them long enough.
Yeah, I mean, the C and C++ stuff are not really known for moving fast in their, standardization. And I've heard that there's, a lot of different opinions on things around
There's
that.
some planned features. I saw marked C++ 27, and I'm like, okay.
Yeah.
I'm not going to be using C++ by then, hopefully.
Yeah. Let's hope. We're seeing that they're trying, reading this documentation, and it looks like they were just trying out different format specifiers. I didn't really see any indication of kind of exploitation going on. It looks like they're still kind of feeling their way around the library.
Which is totally fair, because once you find kind of the more... not useless parts of the library, but really that you can expand so many characters and get arbitrary right outside, and you have argument offset specifiers that you can use.
But
I see what they're doing. Okay, so for their leak, they're filling up the buffer, and then they're basically killing the null byte at the end, and it's just leaking until a null. Because what it does after is it printf %s your formatted string.
I see, and this works, so the library doesn't null terminate the string, or
I don't. No, I don't believe it does, because it uses std string, which has a size associated.
Okay, interesting. Yeah, then then it would work if it gets rid of the null byte, and then you print it, and you just grab those last 6 bytes. I guess it would be basically, because you'll have a pointer with the 2 null bytes in the upper parts, because it's 64-bit.
Yeah. And it looks like, was that a heap? They have a text leak, looks like.
All right.
So that's pretty good.
Oh, so yeah, so they're, you see there, binary equals, and then there's a leak minus an offset. So they're just, I think, comparing, kind of validating that they have the right thing. It doesn't...
Yeah, and looking through for a libc leak. What's libc base? F7D?
Yeah. They're trying to find...
F7B23. So...
Was that libc or was it C++?
libc. libc++ is a pain.
Yeah. So libc is up there in... and...
Where is that? Yeah, F7B2 is what we're looking for.
All right.
And I don't think the leak is in here. They have a bunch of F720s. Now, I mean, if you know library load order, you know library size, you can calculate it from almost anything.
Okay, so there they have C++. I guess they're just looking through some of the different leaks there and trying to find one.
Bugs 182.
Did they actually settle for
well,
the
they have an
one?
F740. Did they?
Right, but it looked like that was in C++ in the lib C++. Yeah. So just to clarify what's happening, basically they're leaking parts of the stack, and though there are pointers there, and they're just looking up where those pointers are coming from, so that they get someone from something they're interested in. For example, this one I guess was from libm. But they probably want the one from libc.
No, so they're calculating leak. They know library load order. They know size of libraries.
Yeah.
So they're just calculating it based off of a different libraries leak.
Oh, and they are actually are all the libraries
we give them all of them. Yeah, they're all next to each other also. Only
I
thing
thought there was random spacing between the libraries. That there would be.
I don't think so.
Interesting.
That's a good question. I don't know. I just go off of
thought
VM
about
map.
this, but it looks like they were. Yeah, so they're definitely getting leaks and calculating base addresses to you know, the various things that could be interesting. And this, you have a stack pointer, a libc pointer, binary pointer.
Yeah.
So we'll see what they will use for this. What they will they go for, like a ROP, a one gadget, and so on. So we'll leave that for a second and move over to RePokemon, right? And it feels like they are still kind of trying to find you know, the
some
right
primitive.
approach. Yes.
Yeah.
So they are definitely a little bit behind in the expectation of this. That said, like, you know, we're not done yet. They could catch up, but I think they're gonna have to find like that vulnerability pretty fast because yeah, this is probably not gonna take too long. I think we actually want to move back over to MMM, and
oh my gosh.
they are searching.
They're searching for an offset?
No, I think they're searching for like a value that they put in.
Yeah. Well, they're looking for offset calculation to their input, I believe.
Right.
I accept that.
So they
I think
found
they're-
like it was like a stack offset, right? So just like putting in some marker value, finding the location of the marker value, and then you can calculate the offset. It was that one. You saw the 71s there in the flat. They're packing these values, right? And there they are putting a libc plus. You know, they're gonna take the libc base. Add some offset. Now they're loading up the libc.
Here we go. Yeah,
find
they're looking for
system.
system offset, calling system with their input.
Right. Oh yeah, that's actually. Are they gonna do it with? No, they're just picking the.
Oh, it'd been SH
Yeah, so
inside
they
of
do like a
libc.
pop RDI
Okay, yeah.
gadget and a system.
Oh, and they got a shell locally. Oh my god, that was fast.
Okay, so this is then going to be.
This is going to be really fast.
Yeah, it's really cool to see. We'll see. We'll
Oh,
have
EOF.
this-
Rip.
Oh, it didn't work.
Oh, did they load the wrong libc?
Oh, this is stressful.
It is. I did validate my solution against the remote instance, by
Yeah.
the way.
Okay, so they are like they're definitely, you know, they kind of have it, but now they're gonna have to figure out some like oddities maybe around the remote thing. I mean, I hope we don't have any like
I'm really-
mishaps with
yeah.
like, you know, the wrong libc version and stuff like this. This is. Oof. I wonder. I mean,
You know what it might be?
What
They're running with a different libc locally. So,
but are they running with the different libc locally then? I thought they were running it with the.
I mean, I don't know what OS is running. What like version?
No, but it wasn't.
I mean, you can LD preload, and we gave them LD.
No,
and
but I think they
libc.
were running it. You saw that they never had. No, actually they did. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, that's true. Maybe.
So
it was,
I'm thinking like the offset calculation is just wrong.
Huh. And this is why they're
Because
starting.
it got a shell locally.
Right, and they're starting our Docker container here
Yeah.
to be able to run this. And now, yeah, they need to add the privilege,
Yeah,
for
privilege.
the energy jail to
Port
work.
337 is already allocated. So you
Yep.
need a Docker RM.
Yeah.
338.
All right, so they're just setting up test environment a little bit to make sure things are working and
exec failed, no such file or directory.
oh, that is
Copy challenge online CTF.
that's interesting. We'll see if
Weird.
this
What? I'm so confused.
Yeah. Okay. So they're trying to like replicate the remote setup, and they're having some issues with that. I'm really unsure what's going on here, but I feel like
1 minute until hint, we're being told.
uh-huh.
But I mean, MMM doesn't need the hint.
Yeah. I guess what they could do as well is like they could leak things, like worst case. They could just, leak stuff on the remote server and like validate
Yeah.
that they offsets, like what offsets
Yeah, that it's
they
like
are.
page aligned.
Yeah.
You know, oh, I think that's totally it.
What?
Yeah, they that's what they need to do is actually print their leaks on the
No,
server. Oh no, they got it. Okay, never mind. I should know better.
Yeah.
Okay.
Very much.
Congrats, MMM,
Congratulations. Well done, MMM.
giving us a little bit of a heart attack.
That is, that is a solve. Good job.
That is a good solve. That's like 5 seconds before the hint release too.
Yeah.
But overall, good match.
Yeah.
A little bit of a scare at the end there.
Yeah.
But good job.
We really need to get working on that CI setup for our.
I mean, it wasn't our fault this time.
No. It wasn't. But the only reason we were doubting ourselves was, Anyway, this was the final match for today from LiveCTF here at DEF CON 32 in Las Vegas.
I think this means MMM is out of lower bracket, right? MMM should be guaranteed at least third now.
Well, they're not out of lower, but they're still like in the. They will get to the lower bracket finals.
Oh, lower bracket finals. That's right. Okay.
So tomorrow we have 3 more matches, right? So we have like the upper bracket semifinals, then which goes then down into the lower bracket finals, and then the winners of those 2 matches respectively go into the grand finals. You can see the brackets at livectf.com. You will also find a link to the stream tomorrow there. The stream for tomorrow will appear there. Yeah.
I mean, thanks for tuning in. It's been a fun day. A little stressful, but definitely exciting.
All right. Thanks everyone,
right.
and
Take
see you
care.
tomorrow.